Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, it's ready, but you should probably, you're live, but there's only 10 people on. Just give it, I don't know, give it a 30 seconds here and it'll ramp up.
Okay, no problem. Let's let it keep
We can
up.
talk. You can start talking and then repeat yourself too. Busy Brains is calling me.
Give it a few minutes. Let's let people come on board.
Yeah, Ham said special call. Nice.
It is a special call. I called you collect.
I reversed the charges.
I knew I was paying for this.
God, most of this generation has never heard of a collect call.
No, I'm sure they haven't. Elon Musk put up something today. He put up a telephone booth from years ago, and today's telephone booth is someone's bathroom. That's
Well,
yeah.
I remember when I knew my girlfriend's phone number. I memorized the people I called's number. Now I don't think I know a single phone number now.
Yeah, you don't have to know it.
Oh, is GDC still a hold? Anything new? Hi, William and Ham. All right, we're up to 161. Normally it goes 2 or 3 times that, but you can start whenever you want.
All right, everybody, it's not to buy or sell. This is information that we regard as being important, that we can pass it along, make your own decisions, blah, 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 blah. If the SEC is listening, as usual, F you. All right, number one, there's a story going out, hedge fund groups whose U.S. SEC in a bid to vacate short selling rules. They don't want anything to be disclosed. All right, you can obviously read the story yourself. They don't want any transparency. They want to hide everything. They want nothing to be seen. All right, so obviously they're fighting for something that it's impossible. They're just going to try to delay it like they normally do. And, again, everything's pointing our way. Keep retweeting it. Be pissed off. Do whatever you have to do. But do something, because we got these guys right where we want them. All right, so what do you think? You got a good crowd now?
Now that you've started talking, we've gone up to 200. Okay. It'll get to 400 or 500 soon.
Okay, so anyway, one of the shareholders called up, and he's pretty well connected, and he believes, and I'm passing this information to law enforcement, by the way, so everybody knows what's going on. The criminals have no more prime broker. Alpine has been shut down, so they can't do business through there, because obviously if they do anything, they'll be exposed to what they're doing. So I'm hearing that the Kramers, along with other partners, naked short sellers, have funded a new prime broker with $10 million and want to start their own, to become their own prime broker and start ramping up again so they can continue the looting. We have a security attorney going through all the filings, looking for where they filed to become a prime broker. So we'll get that information, and hopefully we can put the pieces together and find out who is the group that's behind it. Obviously, they'll be hiding names of everybody, of everyone that they that is obviously a bad person, or what would you call them, a bad actor. I'm sure they're not investing. We know they have many LLCs. So I'm sure they're trying to hide the money that they're funding this operation with. And we will somehow get to the DTC and the SEC and everybody else to warn them about this activity, and obviously to go over any new applications, and we can find out who are the criminals here. All right, so we're going to find out where they're filing this thing. I don't know anything about filing to become a prime broker. So we have people that know how to do this, and we have them reviewing it now. We should have that information, I guess, in a day or two. And it has been sent to the Secret Service and the FBI. All right, so the SEC, and we'll deal with the SEC on Twitter and let them know that way. But again, these guys are like crackheads. They can't help stealing. They just can't help it. I don't know what they're doing. but they just want to go to jail. I guess that's what the end game is. They just want to go to jail. So we're going to help and give them a nice assist and take them to jail. All right, that's what we're going to do. We're not going to stop until they go to jail. All right, so I just wanted to give you guys a heads up that these guys have gone around trying to open up a new prime broker to replace Alpine as the fraud headquarters of the world. And that may be why they're trying all this attention to, to Alpine and FINRA and all that stuff. They may be trying to get this opened up while no one's paying attention and, try to go out someplace else. Again, these guys open up LLCs like they're open up, a can of beer or something like that. I don't know. They just do anything to steal money. That's all they're trying to do. And if you can see the SEC is being sued by hedge funds because they don't want anybody to know how much they're short. The game is completely rigged. I've told everyone this 1,000 times. If you don't have a company that's fighting back for you, you're going nowhere fast. All right. Does anyone have any questions on that? No. GBC, we still own it. I'm going to see my contact tonight. I'll try to get an update. And I just don't look at it. And I'm sitting here and I'm waiting. I believe in them, and that's what I'm going to do. A good friend of mine heard the story on ATL today. I forgot the symbol of it already. ALT, that was it. ALT, and that, of course, that's going straight up. And I'm not involved, just to show you that it happens to everybody. We can't pick winners. I hear them, but I don't have enough money to play every stock on the board. All right. Again, he was telling me about this ALT, which I posted. When all I can tell you is that I think Roche bought a company for $3 billion. Pfizer just had their units shut down by the FDA because they had negative data. And this company is obviously a $300 million market cap. Roche just paid $3 billion for a company in phase 1. I believe these guys are in phase 3. And that's what the story was on this one, that Pfizer eventually is going to grab them. I don't know what it's worth, but if one's 300 million and the other one just got taken over for 3 billion, just close up the gap and figure it out how many shares, and you'll get a price on whatever that is. That's what I heard on that. And GDC, I have no idea. I'm playing with less information on that, but I'm there, I'm long, and I'm wrong. That's all I can say about that. Any other questions?
Citadel took a $4 billion loan. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, can I borrow 20,000?
Hey, mister, can I borrow a dime?
Yeah. Listen, his positions just keep growing. When you get in the position that these guys are in, if they stop making markets in stocks because they're getting too big, the stocks will rise and they'll get blown out that way. So their positions are just getting bigger and bigger, so they obviously need money to meet margin. That's the only reason I could think of. Unless he just took a $4 billion hit on something, I don't know.
Trucking says, let's put not legal advice and Gary Gensler in the same room for 3 hours.
It's like I agree with you. It's like putting him in the room with an insurance salesman. Forget it. You kill yourself for it. It's an old Woody Allen movie. They put him in, he was in prison. They put him in solitary with an insurance salesman for 3 days.
Woody.
But there are things that are going on. People, I've been telling you this for a long time. We're all disgusted. I got it. But you got brokerage firms fighting so that they don't have hedge funds now fighting because they don't want to get the exposure of their short positions. They're suing the SEC. You got crooks like Alpine trying to sue the regulators, dragging their feet. Obviously, they're trying to steal something else. Maybe it's tied to this new prime broker. If the new prime broker obviously has ties to Alpine, because they're going to bring people over that were employed or have knowledge of how to set up a prime broker, all right, and go through this, the daily running of a business. So where are they getting the people from? I'm sure they're just getting old friends to come in and take care of it for them. That is massive news that these guys are trying to do this, which I'm sure they are. All right, they don't seem to care. Why not steal 10 million and pay a $1 million fine? I do that all day long. All right. Wall Street is actually paying people to steal, is how I look at it. Steal all you can. No one seems to care. That's how I look at it.
This gentleman wants to know what the mmtlp update is. I was on a long call this morning, so maybe I can do it after him.
You could do. I have no idea.
And then he says, the system is all corrupt. Well, yeah, that's our refrain. I guess you're implying that that's not what's happening. That's just an excuse. That is what is happening. The system is.
Wait. Some guy's saying that we're making up an excuse.
He's saying more the system is all corrupt, in quotes, question mark.
Listen, college football is corrupt. I just learned that the other day. Give it a break already. What are you kidding me? Listen, call a cop. Don't call us. We're here to expose fraud. If you don't want to be part of this, hang up and move along. What can I tell you? I'm not here to hold you. We're trying to help you. Unless you're a crook, all right? Unless you're a crook, you're getting robbed. If you're a crook, keep stealing until you get caught. What can I tell you? Listen, I'm with you. Go steal.
My mortgage is due in 2 years and 1 month. Will GTII and finger run before then? Thank you very much.
No. We want to see you take your house away. Next. I hope you lose your house.
No. We don't
I'm
hope
only
that.
kidding. I'm only kidding.
Rosie says many criminals do it for the thrill of it. Well, it's certainly a sickness.
It is. Again, I told you I knew many criminals growing up. I've seen them all. And when someone or a federal authority was rumored to be looking at them, those people disappeared. Okay. All right. Growing up in Brooklyn, obviously, you see those type of people all over the place. When their name was mentioned, you never see the guy again. He disappeared for a year. Over here, they put their names, press releases out, make a short selling scheme like Savvy and this guy. They don't even care. They pay their lawyer. The lawyer gets them off. They pay their fines and they go about enjoying their life. They need to go to jail. End the conversation. That's where they need to go. They need to go to jail.
Look, I don't have particularly new info. I was on a long call on mmtlp. I'll try to relay some of that, but it's life in the fast lane. The criminals, in my opinion, they're criminal, have shut down all avenues of approach. But as Ham says, we're not quitting. But I don't know what else you want us to do or me to do. Do you think anything will happen on December 18th? I'm not sure why that's an important date. How's the movie coming along?
I haven't had time to check on any of those things. I'm on a grand jury. I have a conference call tomorrow with the court system. I'm praying that I get selected.
Just tell them that you're for hanging.
If they say it's for financial fraud, I would tell them you got the right guy. You don't even have to hold it. They just put guilty in for me. So I have to do that tomorrow again. So again, listen, we're all doing everything we can. I don't want this to drag on one more day. Someone was nice enough to give us a heads up about the crooks trying to open up a new prime broker. All right. What else can I tell you? I passed it to the Secret Service. I passed it to the FBI, the SEC, the DOJ. What else do you want me to do? We're reporting the criminals. I told you Wall Street's a small place.
Yeah.
But it makes sense that these guys are looking for a new home, someplace where they can actually, start diluting again.
So's the island that Princess Gloria is from. Sava, SAVA, gave a special dividend with a warrant, and the stock has gone from $12 to $28, and it's still moving up. So the dividend worked. They also got Alzheimer's drug approved.
Oh, well. Listen, again, we don't know the exact trigger. We know the dividend exposes them. Could it be a dividend and some lightning information that you could put together with it? That makes sense, right? I don't know how these guys are still standing on all these names. It's just crazy, but they just go to a different name. And like my friend told me, this ALT, it was $9 the other day. They drove it down, and it's got great news on some, I forget the obesity drug. I think that's what he said. And he said that he's sharing this now. So I told everyone I heard it, and now it's moving back up again. So it's trading 12 million shares. Its 30-day volume is 4 million, excuse me. I know nothing about it. I don't know what the name of the company is, but I'm just watching it.
All news is bad news.
Right.
These guys are just protecting us. They're cleansing the markets. They're providing liquidity.
If you can't see the fraud and all the different things that have been posted between mmtlp, the SEC, FINRA blocking. Listen, I put it up there. When they shut it down, they trap the longs, but they also trap the shorts. They also know the people who filed to get a trading for providing false information to the SEC in the filing. If that doesn't tell you somebody's got complete fraud over the thing, they know who it is. Why are they dragging their feet and not exposing them? Right? Everybody else gets exposed. How come these guys are not getting? Who's protecting them?
And why is it that every single team, every single CEO, every single idea is a bad idea and needs to be destroyed by these self-appointed vigilantes?
Right.
All right. Somebody is saying, I mean, you can comment on it, but I don't know. The GTI dividend is still not able to be traded. What happens when Alpine gets shut down? What happens to the concentrated short in GTII?
Well, could they be moving a position around, dragging out this long? I'm not in the Alpine camp, but Alpine is spending millions of dollars fighting to keep this thing from being exposed to whatever they have there, correct?
Right.
I don't understand how long it's going to take, or if they're trying to move it, or what's going on, but they're spending a lot of money fighting nothing, and they're doing it for a reason. So obviously they're hiding something, and they don't want anybody to see it.
Ken Griffin gave $400 million to cancer, I guess, to the fight on cancer on Good Morning America today, 12/12.
They all do the same thing. He's donating our money on behalf for saving people with cancer. So he stole it from us, and he gives it to them, and he gets his name on the building.
And do you know his high frequency trading? 60% of the profits, they can make it in 15 seconds. 60% is taxed at long term.
Yeah, they tax it long term. I heard that.
60%. So, and then you give money, you get to deduct that. This guy, Ken Griffin, is just such a positive human being for humanity and the globe. He's a piece of shit, is what he is.
I told you that 1,000 times. I called him Scarface. I don't know how many years ago. I started listing his homes. No one does that stuff. Warren Buffett, Bill Gates, the richest people in the world don't do it, right? Elon Musk got rid of all his houses, and this guy's just buying houses, mansions after mansion after mansion. And now he's jumping into artwork, right? So obviously he's hiding all his money.
KYP is listening from the pickleball court in Upper Brooklyn, so you better get there.
Believe me, that's all I think about is playing pickleball, and definitely, she's number one on my list. So
she looks like she's gonna whoop some tail.
Listen, I appreciate it. I do. I never judge a book by its cover. And I always tell a story. I was playing I was a pro at the time. I played in racquetball, and a guy came to the club, wanted to play the pro, and the guy had a hump on his back, like the
Clint Eastwood movie,
Young Frankenstein,
yeah,
like that. And he wanted to play the pro, and I says, "All right, I'll go down and play with you." Thinking about that, this guy had no skills. The guy was deadly. I barely beat him. And the first thing he said to me, never judge a book by its cover. And I never did after that. This guy was an excellent player. And I thought maybe he couldn't play because of his, the lump on his back, or whatever it was, a hump. It was pretty big. And, and I learned my lesson. And you know what? So I couldn't care. I don't look at the people I play. I just go out there and just demolish them. That's the game plan.
Busy Brands asked you to comment on the congressional open letter, which obviously has historical importance. It's going to be going to one of the regulator's offices. He says over 100 Congress members are going to sign. I think Anna said on the space call today she has 85 signatures so far. Anyway, he asked you to comment.
They need to get some of these people to start calling a press conference and addressing this thing. I gave it to Busy before. I said, get them to do a press conference. Whoever your top guy is who's helping you, reach out to them and do a press conference. Maybe 1, 2, or 3 of them in the room, do a conference and say, we had enough of this, the SEC stonewalling us on this information. Put it in a video.
I have a controversial thought, and I thought of it yesterday. I'm going to say it now. There's a new member of Twitter who has 1.4 million followers, and he never shies away from confronting the government or corruption. Some people don't like him. Alex Jones. I think we should send everything to Alex Jones on Twitter, and maybe, just maybe, he will pick up the sword and start fighting. Nobody else has. What do we have to lose?
It's remarkable that people just go past it like it's no big deal.
I mean, if he could figure out that trillions of dollars are taken offshore without paying taxes, and that blue collar workers in cities and state and local tax coffers are robbed, I think he'd support it. And we'll get Ham on Alex Jones, and then Ham will get arrested for not believing in a shootout somewhere.
You don't need that.
You don't need to get involved with that.
I got enough headaches.
Oh, okay. Busy Brands answered his own question. He said, if this letter goes out, you're going to get a subpoena out of one of these committees. In other words, if the regulators do not act, you're going to get subpoenas and or congressional hearings. And the shorts don't want exposure.
No, listen, no, these guys don't want exposure, except the dummy shorts they're trying to open up a new prime broker. Think about how crooked they are. Think about how crooked they are trying to do that.
They're not, what's Kanye West's new girlfriend's name? They don't like exposure, but she does. All right. Charlie Mack says, good afternoon. Being as the SEC hasn't done anything regarding the Kramers, will it raise any red flags that the corrupt are trying to open a new prime? Probably not.
Listen, you can't, we got the inside scoop. So we will get it, and I'm sure they've done it already, filed. Once we see their names, we'll get it to enforcement, and we'll just go from that point.
Can Alpine move their counterfeit positions to another prime broker?
Yes, but no one would. I don't believe anybody would take them on.
Yeah, they're so underwater, and there's.
I can give you positions that are awful. Would you want to take them? No one would take them. They all have tremendous liability. No one's going to take those things. And you sit there, and the answer to it is, if this was so easy to move around, why are these guys trying to open up another prime broker? Because prime brokers will eventually expose these terrible positions because they don't want to get caught with it. So these guys are trying to hide what they're doing. They want to be self-clearing so no one sees what they're doing. It'll be just a criminal organization surrounded by walls that no one can see what's going on inside.
Wickedums is curious. Have you, Ham, or has me, William, have we requested a meeting with Gary Gensler? He's a public employee and needs to answer to the people.
No, I will never do that. I could kill us.
I saw him. I was closer to him than you are to your mother-in-law, and I took the picture. I was there when the pictures were taken. I watched him. He's not a person you even want to be hang around with.
Listen, when someone starts giving you the shuffle, you know that if they don't know it, they did. I mean, come on, give it a break already. You're enforcement. Have the balls to even say that we're going after these guys. We're going to look into it. That's all they got to say. Nothing else.
Do you know who Nick Foles is?
Yes.
He just won the pickleball championship.
I heard. I'm dying to see how he plays. I heard about it yesterday.
KYP says, let's go anytime. Don't chicken out, hamster.
I'm not chickening out. What is today?
The 12th.
That is what? Is it Wednesday or Tuesday? I don't know what day it is.
It is Tuesday.
All right. You know what? I'm going to do it tomorrow. So
you're going to go to Brooklyn?
I'm going to get
you have to
wait, 30 seconds. I'll be there.
You have to get Busy Brands to hook you guys up.
Oh, well, just tell us stop hiding. I'm coming tomorrow.
All right. I don't know where the pickleball court is.
I'll find it. I'll track it down.
Brooklyn's a big place.
No, it's not.
They buried a lot of bodies there.
Gravesend. That's where they buried the bodies.
Gravesend?
Yeah.
Oh, T. Alex wants to play you in Toronto.
I'm not a Toronto guy. You come to New York anytime. I'll meet you in Central Park. We'll play.
Alex Jones is seen as a conspiracy theorist. Well, all right.
Listen, everyone's here trying to do one thing. I don't give a flying shit what you believe in. We just want to get stock settlement. So all the other things that are going on, political, this, I really don't give a shit. I don't have time to fight. I got ripped off for $50,000 on Saturday last week over college football. So I'm sick of everything being criminal activity. It's just unbelievable. And I keep trying to tell people, if you're not going to be part of it and help out, then move to the side and good luck.
If you're not going
to... The chances of winning in the stock market as a retail group here are 0 and none.
If you're not going to win, let it go up. No.
Let's look at finger motion. It was going a little bit before, just getting up to 540. And in 30 seconds, there's a cha-cha back down, 1,000, 200,000. Just mark it back down as though it's always close to being unchanged or down a penny. Correct?
Yeah. It was interesting today. I didn't read the news, but I listened this morning. But shareholders at MMAT, because of you, Ham, and others, but really, I think because of you, they voted down the financing and they voted down the expansion of the number of shares. Of course, it's not going to work in the long run because the criminals will fix it somehow. But I told everybody, and I think it's because of you, I think these people in MMAT community know more about this than the board does.
The boards, I've spoken to many board of directors. I've spoken to attorneys. The attorneys, once you teach the board of directors, they go back to the attorneys, then they come back and the attorneys shoot them down.
The attorneys are so cautious. And they know that if they stick by what's the worst thing for their clients, they won't get sued because it's been common practice for the last 20 years.
Right.
I mean,
that's exactly
you need somebody with the cojones, male or female, to just act. Because if you don't believe what Ham sees, Ham's understanding is predictive. All these other things, all these other theories, it's the numbers don't count deliveries, the numbers don't count when they buy back. Well, those theories have never predicted anything. If those theories were true, the stocks wouldn't go down or they'd start drifting up.
Right.
But they don't predict. They're not. Ham's theories predict. He's always right, and unfortunately, it's all predominantly to the downside.
Well, listen, again, I'm not always right. I just told you, I bought GDC and ATL went up. I mean, that's just, I do the same thing like everyone else. You know, I try to make a decision based on who's giving it to me, what I believe. And, you know, I didn't have time to study it. So I just jumped in following somebody. And right now I'm underwater and I'm just watching it. That's it.
All right. So I'm not going to contact Alex Jones because Augustine says it's a bad idea.
Well, tell that gentleman, whoever it is, to get us someone to contact and give us your contact because we've contacted everybody.
Yeah, it's the thing. I'm run out of, we've gone to every cop, every regulator, many companies, lawyers. I don't know. What's your idea? Should we go to Vladimir Putin? Probably. He probably would chop off the arms of short sellers.
I'm seeing a gentleman tonight that was a producer for Tucker Carlson. So I'll give him my best pitch. I'm also seeing someone tonight who has interest in funding a financial news show. So I'm going to see him tonight also. So
what have you done for us lately? We've heard all this before. When are you? See, the English language is being destroyed. Any idea when you and him are going overseas? When are you and he going overseas? But whatever.
I told you yesterday, I constructed an email from an attorney, did it for me, presenting everything we want to do to the Korean regulators and their attorneys. Okay, that's come in and I sent it out before. Obviously, I sent it out in the middle of our day, so it's nighttime for them. So I won't get an answer until Friday, I guess. I'll get something back, whether they care or don't care. But again, I presented a venture exchange with settled in blockchain, no short selling at all, eliminates naked short selling, no stock loan. We got rid of all the criminals. And we want to make it so that companies from, whether it's Milan or Paris or wherever country you're in, Chinese, whatever, list there instead of the US, because at least there you can actually have a fair shot at making it. If you want to be a public company, and that's where you want to list. So that's what we're doing.
You went to the FBI about a year ago on GTII. Do you have any updates?
I went to the FBI 2 years ago on the FBI. One, because my life was being threatened. Two, I sat down with them and the guy told me point blank that we don't give out civil fines. We arrest them. And do I have any problem with that? I said no. And he said, we will not get back to you. The investigation will go from this point, and that's the end of that. Then we had a gentleman that went to the FBI with information about the Kramers. I had him on the conference call, and he told everybody what he did, right? Mm-hmm. You remember that, William?
I do.
So
it changed my life.
The FBI. I went to the FBI, spoke with them again. I spoke with the gentleman in D.C. the other day. I sent him all the information. I can't give you his name, but again, he got the information, confirmed it, and he's reviewing it. I spoke with the Secret Service. I actually met with Dan Bongino. I did whatever you can possibly get done. I was sent from one guy to Dan for a reason. All right. So these guys all know each other. So I'm at a high level there now. What else can I say? I don't understand why someone doesn't move fast. Maybe they go up to a superior or someplace else before they start the investigation. They need to get approval from who the hell knows. I don't know. It's not my thing. But I'm assured that everything is in motion. That's all I know.
So you feared KYP. She's traveling tomorrow. She's as scared of you.
I knew it.
She's as scared of you.
It's okay.
Alex Jones has a credibility problem. We don't.
We don't care about Alex Jones. Get it out of your head. Listen, this is not a political show. We don't give a flying fuck. I don't care if the Martians.
All we want is attention to the issue.
Settle the fucking trades. That's it. I don't give a shit who does it. That's it.
Bunny wants to know.
The people that got a political angle to this, we don't give a shit.
Exactly.
Give me my money and everybody can go fuck themselves. I could care less. Go bang your head against them.
Do you know the British Empire and other colonial powers currently active in parts of the world? What they try to do is separate people and then they stay in power. That's all this back and forth bickering is designed to do. We have to get over it. Who cares? Let's just settle the effing trades. Let's trap the shorts.
Go take care of your family, protect yourself. What they do in DC, we all know they're a bunch of idiots. How do people go into power in DC with no money, come out being worth millions? I don't know how you do it. It's impossible. I've tried. It's not easy to do. I can tell you that. But anyway,
do you trade crypto?
No.
KYP says
I was introduced to crypto, and there were drug dealers who were laundering money. So that's what scared me away in the beginning, because I figured it was just a big laundering thing, not thinking anything about it. So now I don't have the nerve to jump in at 50,000, whatever the hell it is, 43,000, whatever.
KYP says the court is by the Belt Parkway.
Perfect.
Not legal advice says that Busy Brands is a covert short. Kyle says Alex Jones is a loony.
Busy Brands is, he could be a short. All right, I agree with you on that. But his focus is not on that. I can promise you that. That's not his focus.
This guy says Jones is a loony, but a loony might be just what we need. Yeah.
We're all lunatics here. We're sitting here. I've been doing this 24 years. Yeah. If you don't think I'm more crazy than that guy.
Well, what is going to make fngr or gtii F the shorts? What is the catalyst we're all waiting for?
Well, we're waiting for the person who just asked that to go out there and buy all you can. Buy as much shares as you can and take it higher. We don't know what the catalyst. I've been doing this for a long time. We could be throwing the kitchen sink at them, which we did in Finger Motion, up to $7, $8. What we did it twice already. And they just keep selling it and selling it. All that buying went in, and the selling did not come back out. When they did the bear raids by Capybara, look at Mark Basile filed against Capybara again. There was something posted on Twitter. I'm blank. I read it, but I can't remember what the hell it was. But he's going after Benzinger and Capybara. Those are the origins of the fake stories.
Not legal advice says MMAT should file Chapter 11 and expose the shorts.
I like that idea.
Yeah, so do I. It means there'd be no squeeze for everybody, but who cares? Let's just screw the shorts. This gentleman, Lowell, says that Ham should get on the Michael Francesi show, and because you probably know some of the same people. You probably
Michael Francesi.
I must have mispronounced it, but he's the guy that went to
the sports guy.
No, the mafioso guy that went to. His father was a mafia guy, and then went to prison, and then his son went into it, Michael, and he went to prison. And when he came out, he did not take whatever you call that undercover deal with the government. He just came out, and he may or may not have killed people, but he has a show where he talks about what it's like to be part of the mob. Oh. And he hasn't been killed. Frankly, he says most of the people that would go after him are probably long dead anyway.
Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, no one probably knows who he is. Listen, that's not my world. I know of it, but that's not my world.
Yeah,
if you want to get into that world, I can introduce you. If you like to do that. I don't think anybody wants to join that game.
Any updates on NextBridge? Once Ham is gone, I had some today, but. Yes, there are updates, but it's nothing that it's not going to rock your world.
Listen, all I keep trying to tell you is educate yourself. I don't care if you invest. I'm not here to tell you how to invest. All right. I pick my own goddamn things. I study it. I do what I have to do. Not always right. I'm not going to be one of those guys. Oh, I'm always right. I'm very good at it, but I'm not always right. All right. I used to panic out. I used to take losses like you do, just get stopped out. With all this selling, we all did the same thing. What's going on? When these fake reports came out. But you know what? Once you confront the fake reports, you can see how the game changes. All right. The fake report guys, they're all going to get busted. I'm not even concerned about that. The thing is that someone needs to stop these guys from doing it offshore. Guy who's located in Brazil, writing reports on the U.S. equity markets, and making a point that he's short, and the same people are doing it. It's a criminal organization. There's not even a question.
Well, I tell you what, if the United States loses the strength of its financial markets, and maybe it goes to the Middle East or it goes to Southeast Asia, what do we have left? I don't know. But anyway, it seems like hedge funds and the government are willing to wait years in order to give our money back in MMTLP. Is that all you want? Is your money back? They'll do that tomorrow.
Listen, you're wrong about that. They've only waited 1 year. You can't say years until we get the final outcome. And if it's 3 years, then you can say that. But right now, it's only 1 year and 2 days or whatever it is.
Plus, if you just want your money back, I bet they'd take that deal all day long. And I bet you could find somebody else. Get not legal advice to write a contract. And every time someone uses it, they have to pay them $100. And I bet there's probably 500 people that would do it. And if you have a contract, people buy your MMTLP shares.
Yeah, you can sell. I'm sure you could sell the right.
Create a gray market on, a black market, a gray market. Tucker Carlson might be a good place. What happens to
a friend of ours, her daughter was worked on the Laura Ingraham show. We tried to get that way, but she didn't care.
So not legal advice will fly to Korea with you, next to you, same seat, same row, and test his humor on you for 24 hours.
I'm sure it's not that bad in person. Maybe we have to see his facial expression.
I'm getting too old. I'm getting too old for this and don't have many years to wait for a settlement. Just put it out of your mind then. Just put it out. Alfred, the good thing in MMTLP, Greg McCabe and 4 or 5 other whales and highly motivated men are going to get the best settlement for everybody. So you don't have to worry about it. You invested in a stock that was supposed to have 2 days trading. It didn't happen. The only thing the street owes you now is either shares of NextBridge, which you could do. You could move over to AST and get your 1-for-1 share, or you can sit like a statue in MMTLP and wait for other people to come up with a cash settlement. It won't matter. Stop worrying about it. What I think you should do is put your shares at AST so that your children will have a real stock rather than just this IOU called MMTLP. MMTLP isn't anything.
It's a zero. It's worthless. It's not. It's a dividend. It's not a stock. It's not a company.
It's like a lottery ticket on a drawing that happened last week, and you didn't win. But anyway, are you two going to Korea?
Yes. I'm just trying to find that. I'm trying to set up meetings with the government. Think about, we can't get meetings with our own government. You try to do it in Korea where you don't speak Korean. I talk about that. And I got it done. I got to gatekeepers already. Figured that out.
Well, the cutest little dog named Gretchen, I don't know what kind of dog it is asking you, has Ham changed the order of the squeeze to GTII first and then finger?
You never know when something's going to come out. Something may listen. I just felt finger was in the driver's seat because of their fundamentals that have basically exploded. The company's revenue went up 89% from the last quarter. We're hearing that they're basically break even to profitable. Who's shorting this stock? And when the company had a target of 5, why would you short it down to 4? That's desperation, what you're saying. That's what I base my decision on. It's not basing it on anything else. GTI come out, maybe the SEC grabs Alpine, and in 30 seconds the thing takes off. And you could call me the biggest asshole in creation because I had it wrong. I don't know. I wish I could tell you. But based on, I have no knowledge of the SEC doing anything. They don't talk to us. I have no idea what the DTC is doing. They don't talk to us. We're sticking law enforcement at them, going that way. That I do know, but they won't tell us where they stand with investigations. So just based on things that I do know versus things that I don't know, I believe finger motion is going to go first. That's it. That's all I'm basing it on.
Could it be that law enforcement is just telling you what you want to hear?
You know what? I agree with you on that. But I went to so many different people in law enforcement. One person had no idea and never heard of naked short selling. How's that? So I think that you're completely wrong with that. I think people at the SEC, if we had connections there, would be lying to us. I don't believe the law enforcement is.
I don't know who Andrew Tate is, but Jennifer asked, "What about him?" And I guess maybe we could. I don't know who Andrew Tate is. I'm out of it. Somebody else is suggesting contacting Trump, but we've already got the redheaded guy there.
Who's that?
Patrick Byrne.
Patrick Byrne told us on a conference call, vote for Trump when he gets in, because I'll stop naked short selling within 2 weeks. He did it on a video conference call.
Yeah, but he tweets too much.
He's into the tweet.
Trump tweets too much.
Who cares? Stop. That could kill us.
Ham, you said before that GME would run because of the percentage owned by institutions.
I believe GME is going to go because I said I like, what's his name? The
Ryan
Cohen.
Oh.
Ryan Cohen has made a fortune buying GameStop, squeezing it, making money. He did it with Bed Bath & Beyond, squeezing it, making money, and then he became the CEO of GameStop. Do you think he's doing it for fun, or he's going to squeeze?
That sounds like the stock pools back in the 20s. So anyway, this question is, when do you start taking notice of a stock? When institutions own 150% or 200%? What's the number?
I would suggest you watch it. Like, for example, the other day, Restoration Hardware got smoked down. The symbol's RH. I followed that one. Warren Buffett selling his stock in it. The short in the stock is enormous, but I don't believe it's a major retail stock. All right, this is a $250 stock. And if you look at the holders, if you go to Yahoo, the percentage of ownership in this company was over 200. It's now it was 150. Now it's down to 1. It's 109% of the float sold by institutions. So there's been selling in the name by institutions. That number has come down. And if I go to GameStop, for example, just to keep telling you how I do this, go to GameStop on Yahoo, and you hit up holders. The GameStop number, the percentage of ownership of the float is 33.09. The last time I checked on this thing, it was 32. So it's went up just a drop. That's the number you look for when institutions are buying the stock. When I did the report on GameStop, that percentage ownership held by institutions was 170% at the time. So if you want to go looking through these names, you can go look, names that you believe are heavily shorted. I looked at, one of these big names is, Lululemon's at 97%, but it's $500 stock. So retail doesn't own $500 stocks. A GameStop and AMC are different. That's the ones they own. So in GameStop, it's 33%. If you see it start moving, 33 goes to 40, 42 goes to 50. That's when you buy the stock, because then you can see that the institutions are starting to buy it. That's how you follow it.
And so it doesn't matter if it's 100, 150, 200. You just buy it as
but you just follow the trend. Institutions are buying it, meaning that the company's getting better, and these guys are starting to take positions in it.
I see.
That's what to look for. Look at Carvana, Charlie, Victor, Nancy, Apple. This could be more of a, this is interesting, everyone. Take a look at this one. If you can, go to Yahoo and put in Charlie, Victor, Nancy, Apple. Charlie, Victor, Nancy, Apple. CVNA. And you go to the bottom over, you'll see holders right next to the option chain. Hit on holders, and the ownership of the float on this company is 110% is owned by institutions. Now, you remember you have non-reporting funds. Let's say that's 30%. Now you're up to 140% of the float. And this could be a retail stock. I don't know much. I don't know. But there could be another 10, 20% of retail. So the short the stock, the ownership of the float could be 150%. So basically, you have a nice big short position in the stock. All right. But if you look at it, the top institutional holder, William.
Morgan Stanley.
Morgan Stanley.
Because they lend the shit out.
Morgan Stanley will control this stock. This is what they did in Overstock, and I reported.
And look down below, Vanguard and BlackRock.
Well, Morgan Stanley will do. They will lend out the shares, okay? And when the stock gets ready, they call them back in and they squeeze it.
Ah.
So they own this. They decided, Morgan Stanley has decided to take equity stakes in these companies, and they loan out the shares. And if you think I'm crazy, put down Carvana, everybody. The stock is $39.47. You'll see the stock, I believe, one day. You'll say, oh my God, the stock's back to 100. And Morgan Stanley will still be owning 14 million shares. Then the stock will go back down to 30, and Morgan Stanley still owns 14 million shares. So what exactly are they buying the 14 million shares for? Obviously not for a return. They're making more money lending out those shares than they do investing in the companies. And that's what they did in Overstock. Overstock went from 30 to 2 to 128, back down, back up, back down, back up. And that's when Morgan Stanley exited after the fourth time. And I watched them do it. I couldn't believe it. That's what they were doing. If you own the stock, lend it out at your discretion, right? They can charge the shorts any amount of money because they own stocks. Who gets the money? Morgan Stanley. That's who owns it.
You are from
I'm
Morgan
sure if you
Stanley.
bounce around in highly stocks with big short positions, you'll see Morgan Stanley has positions in it, filing positions.
What about the S3 from Univest, or it's actually from fngr, which mentioned Univest?
That's correct.
What about it?
They filed an S3.
I like your short answers.
What would you like me to say? I'm not Univest. How can I answer for them? They did it for fun. As William says, they did it for shits and giggles, right?
Yeah.
They did this beautiful filing because they have no idea what to do behind it. Well, if you want my answer on it, I believe that they're doing something. I just don't know what it is, and they're not stupid people. So,
well, this is an interesting call here. This is something I brought up about a month or so ago. Costco, and the only reason I brought it up is Charlie Munger. It's his favorite stock, other than Berkshire Hathaway.
it never stops going up. It's just unbelievable.
It's 627. But you got to remember, a lot of institutions out there think we're going to go into a depression, recession, crash. I don't think so. I think the stock market's going to be strong next year because they want to get the president reelected. But anyway, this is a defensive stock. Money goes into defensive stocks.
Everyone go out there and buy 10 pounds of cheddar cheese tomorrow. Walk out with a big block of cheese. It's amazing how they groomed everyone to go to the store and buy way too much of things that you don't need.
Nothing in the market rocks my world anymore. Fair enough.
I agree with you 1,000%. You can buy puts because you think the market's overvalued, and the stock market goes up every day with everything falling apart.
This is an interesting idea. Sorry, I cut you off. I'll let you finish.
I'm saying Warren Buffett is selling all his stocks, and no one seems to care about anything.
Well, Jamie Dimon sold. That's the biggest indicator. That guy wouldn't sell if he thought JP Morgan was going to go up. This is an interesting thought. Do you think the Kramers are setting up a new prime broker to be a burner to save Alpine prime brokerage?
No, they dumped that mess at Alpine. they can walk away from it. Alpine will just get ripped apart, and the federal authorities will just lock them up, and that's what I believe is going to happen eventually, because you can't hide the mess forever.
I don't know. That question is something I can't answer. All right. So the financial committee hearing today, Robert Cook, the head of FINRA, is sitting there, but that's all right. We can always catch the summary later. Not legal advice says that somebody needs to go after Mr. Ben Zinga.
That's a good one. He had me. I was sitting there. Ben who? Zinga. I got it. He is going after them. I believe Mark Bazile has got the names. He added them to the complaint. They can hide. They're going to have to give up the names. Just a matter of when. Finger motion will get the names of Capybara and the other gentleman that put the fake report up on Ben Zinga with no name attached to it, with the wrong information. And so the company was falling apart. That was the second bear raid. That was the next fake story attached with the bear raid, right?
Yeah.
And what they do is they put out the fake stories, the shorts attack it, okay? And then if anyone rings the doorbell saying, hey man, I saw this story out there. I didn't think they were doing business. Everything was falling apart. That's what they use for cover. That's it.
Rick says that MMTLP killed him. Look, Rick, that when you bought it, all the market owed you was one share of NextBridge for one share of MMTLP. You can still get that. There's still 30 million shares available. You can move over there. That's a private company worth maybe hundreds of dollars a share. I just got an update from two of the oil men down there, and that's a real company. You'll have to wait, and I know people in your generation hate waiting. Or you leave it in MMTLP and you wait for a settlement. But to say it killed you is ridiculous. It's just not over yet.
You got the longest bet in history. I waited 9 months for Florida State to win all 13 games. I won all 13 games and I lost. So I feel the same way, and it cost me $50,000 on Monday. I was getting paid $50,000.
That'd be like being paid $70 million a year and deferring it for so long without any inflation hedge. That guy's crazy.
Listen, I got it. You're trapped in the stock. You want your money. I got it. Go to Richard. It's not legal advice. Put it up for sale. Go up there and put it up for sale on eBay. Maybe someone buys your contract. That's
this question: why don't all the millionaire and billion owners of the stock just start buying heavily on the same day?
I think we've seen that. I guess if you go back and look at the days when the stock was moving up, people were buying it. So basically, instead of jamming it up and watching them jam it back down, the word is accumulation. Everybody likes to accumulate. So until they stop trying to move it down, which you're seeing now, eventually the buyers will start to move up. And step by step, the stock will move up. That's how it works. That's the best way to do it. Volatility is what they need. And when we did what you just said, having everybody run and buy at the same time, what happened? We didn't win. We got attacked. So smart people saying, hey, why don't we just do accumulation and walk it up slowly? I know it's slow and we all want to go fast, but you know what? This is the best way to do it because you're testing the water. You can see what the short sellers are doing. If they're just washing stock back and forth with what you're seeing, that means shortly, I expect finger motion to start moving up and you'll start seeing it jump 20, 30 cents. And then all of a sudden it'll be over 5 and you'll say, oh, I should have bought some down here. But that's how it starts. That's nothing else to tell you. That's what it is.
Apparently, the Capybara litigation or the response from Capybara is due tomorrow.
Oh, December 17th? I thought it was the 17th, the 12th.
I don't know.
The 13th. Tomorrow's the 13th, right?
Tomorrow, yeah. I get my eyes operated on the 14th. That's scary.
They're going to give you a new dog on the 15th.
That is scary. Yeah, they'll give me a new mirror, new set of mirrors.
What once your eyes are fixed and you look in the mirror, you go, oh my God, who's this guy?
Who the hell is that?
I look like Richard. It's not legal advice now. What the hell happened?
I went to the doctor with a 10 and I came home with a 2.
So just to take a second, I've been watching this going back and forth. GTII is bid 47 cents for 92,000 shares, 92,042. Since it's a 47 cent bid, it's a round number, right?
Right.
And if you look at the sell side, the offer side, it's offered at 47.50 for 66.30.
Yeah.
The 47.50 is an indication that's a short. So the buyer could be A, the short trying to cover, or B, a real long trying to add his position. Since they haven't hit it yet, I would say that based on that the bid is a real buyer. All right. Otherwise, they would have whacked it already trying to cross it. This morning in finger motion, out of the gate, they had a bid up there at 414 for 29,000 something. And I put it up, they're going to wash it. I couldn't even, I typed that and I was typing the cross. It happened within 30 seconds and 40 seconds after I put up my first post about it. So what are they doing? They're trying to cross stock to cover the real short so he can cover. Or B, they're just trying to wash it to get more settlement time because they had a delivery problem. So it's the same games every day.
He doesn't say which one, but Scott has been watching Yahoo Financials just like you said to do. And he found a stock that has gone from 108% to 130% this summer, but he doesn't say which one. He doesn't say which one it is. But
give me the symbol.
He's thanking you. Yeah, give him the symbol. Do you think Finger will go first? Just asking.
Yes, I do. Herbalife is 110%. I can't keep chasing these stupid things down. I can't remember which ones are what. Mark them down. Look at that. It's a great tool. That's what I use to expose GameStop in my report. It was just based on that. Nothing else.
Costco is now selling Elon Starlink online. Okay, great. The stock that he's looking at is around $11, but he's being parsimonious with the information about the name.
Yeah, I'll give it to him. I'll dig it up.
Did I ask you about Sava? I posted it.
SAVA.
Yeah, on Twitter today. He posted it to you on Twitter today.
Mm-hmm. All right, so I'm going to venture a guess. So it's not even that. I thought it was going to be Beyond Meats. That's only 44%. BYND. Now you got to give me the stupid symbol. What are you crazy? I got to go through all these stocks. Give me the symbol. Carnival Cruise. Which one is it? I don't know. Now you're going to drive me crazy. I got to go look at all these stupid symbols. He's not giving it to us?
Not yet, anyway. Steve Mertz asks you if all these criminals who shorted or naked shorted Finger GTII, why don't they buy it back and cut their losses now?
That is unbelievable. That is tremendous.
And why don't they go long so the squeeze makes them money?
Oh my God, that's tremendous. The reason they don't go long, because if they do it and they do it in an account that can be tracked back to them, basically they're defrauding their own prime broker, makes it worse. So besides the criminal offense of naked shorting and blowing up a firm, they'll be profiting from it from the other side. That's a double jail sentence. They'll be away forever if they get caught doing that. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't doubt it if they are out here trying to accumulate a position, right? I wouldn't doubt that. And the only way they can accumulate a position of size would be for them to naked short into it, correct?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Friday is options expiration. Is there any?
No one has any options. That you're on your own with that. I'm not talking about that anymore. No one knows how to do it. I can't educate everybody on trading options.
I know it's the bluest of blue chips. Jeff, I brought up Costco, I don't know, 6 weeks or so ago, but I love that you're following it. I wish I could buy one share.
It's $700. What the hell?
Yeah, I can buy a share. I'll just...
Costco, I'd rather be buying puts on it. And the only
I agree with that. I'd rather wait till...
The only reason I would do it is because when the market gets ugly, they use it as a source of funds, meaning the hedge funds need to raise money. And they sell these stocks that are winners and they go down quickly. That's the reason. That's the only reason I would.
I would.
We all go to Costco. We all know how the lines are long. It's Christmas. Everyone's buying too much of everything that they don't need. I got it. We do it too. I go myself.
One store in Korea or somewhere, Charlie Munger said, is doing like 40 million or 140 million in revenue. Whatever. It's just a stupendous number. But listen, I would wait to buy it when it corrects.
Revenue, William, is they're selling a block of cheese for $30. So if they keep selling $30 blocks of cheese, that's the revenue.
How much do they charge for a block of bologna?
I'm not saying that, but they don't talk about the profit. They're making pennies on all these profitable things that they're selling. So now I'm just looking at GTII. The stock hasn't traded since we've been on the phone call. It's traded 108,000 shares, and there's 119,000 bids. There's more on the buy side than the total volume of the day. All right, so either look for some sort of weird trade going to happen here, but there's no fear. And here's the key. A bid for 120,000 shares at 47 cents. Would I continue to offer 6,000 shares at 47.50 cents? Maybe I move it back 3 or 4 pennies, right? Why would I want to make another 3 more cents on 7,000 shares, right? Another $200, right? Move it back a little bit. But since they're not moving it back, it smells like something's going to happen to me because then there's no fear. They're standing here out loud. So I'm trying to figure out what they're going to do. To me, I wouldn't be surprised to see a big trade, a big wash trade coming.
Have you heard of Atarius Group?
No. What did they do?
I don't know. They're just wondering if they have a good reputation.
You know what you do? Just go do a good thing. Just Google it. Good luck.
Google it. Google it.
Yeah.
Look for the principal's name and then put the principal's name versus SEC, and you'll see if there's anything. Right. Do you think GTII is bottomed out, or can it fall below 40 cents? Any stock can go down in the short run.
Yeah, just I don't know what the bottom is going to be here, but what you're seeing here is that what I say every day. There's nobody selling it. All this volume that you're seeing is fake. There's people buying it. They naked short it, but there's no selling. They're the only ones doing it. Finger motion is exactly the same pattern. There's no selling. We're sitting here for 2 hours already. There's no selling. Those are signs that they're buys. There's your bottoms. Again, to me, I could lose, but that to me is the bottom. That's how I look at things. You got to look at things where there's any selling at the bottom. No, then you got to start saying, okay, I'll start buying in here, whatever it may be, and then it'll turn.
Oh, God.
What's the matter?
Dear William, how dare you talk about other stocks and detract from GTII and Finger? Do you remember when some with good hearts suggested to divest and to reclaim money lost in GTII, but you shot them down? No, I don't remember that, but...
listen, we're not here to hurt you. So we can say what we want. It's our opinion. If William is trying to give you a reason to get a tax loss so you can get back into it, you know what? That's a broker's approach to giving you advice of what people really do. All right, that's how it works on Wall Street.
It's just a trading idea.
It's a trading idea. And I talk about other stocks because if I talk to a hedge fund and I say the same name, For 4 years, they hang up on me. So what did I hear today? I heard ATL. Is it going to work? The hell do I know? ALT, whatever it is. I told people GT, GDC. It didn't work. It went down. I still stand here answering questions for it. I'm hoping it goes up and I can make myself a quick $8,000, $10,000. All right, instead of losing it, I would be up 8 to 10,000. That's why I did it. So that's Wall Street. But I'm telling you that even professionals like myself, we get ripped. We lose too. That's what happens. So I'll make my decision when it does turn, whether I want to break even, let it go. I'm staying here this long. I would kind of let it go, see what happens. And as you can see, finger motion just went 430 bid. All the little movement back and forth for the last hour to get it down to 426 with no trades is now back up again.
So
that's a sign of a stock that has no sellers. There you go.
So according to not legal advice, if Crappy Barra doesn't file a response by tomorrow, the court is going to enter a judgment by the 20th against them.
So it's like, I'll use an old Woody Allen movie when he's going to go fight with the French army and they want him to join the army. And he asks the general, goes, what do we win? Because, well, if we kill more Frenchmen and they kill Russians, then we win. We don't know. What do you win? We don't know. Obviously, we want them to settle the trades. If they have to buy back the stock, everyone's going to be super happy. That's all I can tell you. And that's why I've been here. All right, so now GTII is 47 bids for 119,000 shares. There's 4750 bids for 2,500 now, so they took out the offer. And there's 49,821 offered at 48. So now we're getting the liquidity that the short sellers love to, well, the SEC wants them to put into the marketplace. So we have a market of 47 to 48, really, 120,000 by 49,000. If I was going to buy 119,000 and there's 50,000 offered up, 1 penny.
You'd take the 50.
I take the 50 like there's no tomorrow. And then I would continue bidding 47 for the balance to see if anybody else wants to step in and wants to sell. 1 penny, not 10 cents, 1 penny. That's when you take it.
My best client paid 6 cents a share in commission back when there was commission.
Right.
So what's a penny?
I mean, think about that. Why isn't it, if the buyer is standing at 47 cents, how do you not take the 48 cents offer? Imagine being the buyer and you're standing there. You had the nerve to buy 119,000 shares at 47 cents. And just as you're standing there saying, no way will I pay up a penny higher. I'm going to stand right here. And then boom, the stock takes off, goes to 500. There's somebody on suicide watch. And I told you, as an institutional broker, if I had 120,000 to buy, I would buy at least 25%, buy 25,000 of the offer, just so I have a position. And then I could wait to see if it pulls back to 47 cents, right?
Right.
At least get your toe in the water, if that is a legitimate buyer.
GDC only has 50,000 volume today. Doesn't mean anything.
Yes, it looks like the same pattern as finger motion and GTI, no more selling. That means when it turns, it'll turn violent first when it starts to turn.
Do you know anything?
That's why I'm not panicking out.
Do you know anything about LCID? Lucid.
Yes, I do. That's the car company got that killed. Holy cow!
I guess no one wants $100,000 electric vehicle.
I got to tell you, I passed it in Palm Beach when I was down there. It's beautiful. I don't know anything about them. I've never been in one. But the government wanted everyone to build these electric cars, and now no one wants them. Now what do you do with them?
This guy used
I got to yesterday that the resale price of these cars dropped so dramatically that's why that's a bad thing.
Well, they can't sell. Ford can't sell their overpriced trucks either. It's, something's going on.
All right, so that was 47.50 for 2,500. There's 49,000 offered at 48, and there's 119 bid at 47. So the market in the stock is now 47.01 to 47.99. So the inside market in this stock is the naked short bidding and the naked short offering. I don't know who the 47 bid is for 120,000, nor do I know the seller at 48 cents. But for a little shitty stock to have all this activity in a 1 penny range is very compelling to watch. So keep an eye on it. Let's see what they do.
I might be at the end of the questions.
All right, then I'm just gonna go. I gotta go run and take a quick shower and go to my meetings. But anyway, listen, everyone, have a great night. Remember, the thieves are trying to open up a new prime broker. We're gonna get their name. We have people that are gonna find their name with the SEC, reporting it to the authorities, and we will expose the criminals that who have probably have filed or going to file to become a prime broker. So we will find out who's behind it, give their name up, and expose them again.
Joe Carnell is going to send you a pair of naked shorts for Christmas.
All right, that's just what I need. Listen, I have no problem running around bare ass. I could care less. I grew up in a sports club, so, taking showers with 12 guys was no big deal.
Oh, God. I never was a fan of going in the showers with a bunch of guys.
I went to a high school in a very bad neighborhood, and there were no partitions for the
toilet. I hate all that. I'm not a fan.
It was like a prison.
I'm not a fan.
Well, you didn't go to the same high schools I did.
I went to several high schools.
Not the ones I did. Anyway, I have to get running. Have a great night. And if I hear anything good, William, I'll touch back. All right?
You're the best. Everyone thanks you.
You're welcome.
All right. Bye. What is this? It's a bad rendition of Van Halen or something. Ooh. Rennie, thank you for your question. I twice remember being, and it's just a frustration because talking to you all is like herding cats. There was upward pressure and a squeeze, just to repeat it for the umpteenth time. A year ago, Wells Fargo took away the buy button. Fidelity was paying 1,000% for GTII shares. The Kramers were down $1 billion. All of a sudden, 3 guys came in saying, hey, you got to buy COSM. That frustrated me. I think it killed the squeeze that was in process. Can't prove it. It's over with now. It's over with now. The similar thing happened in Finger over the last few months. I don't know what you're talking about, but as the stock was trading upward, I personally don't believe we had any impact on Finger going up or going down. But I didn't want to be, I don't remember that I said you can't talk about any other stocks. I've been very open to people talking about stocks. And Rennie, I have always told you, you can trade your account on the margin, sell 10%, take your original money off, buy another stock with extra money, or by selling a little bit of your position. When it runs, come back and buy more. I don't think I've been hypocritical. I have been guilty sometimes of losing my cool, and I've been frustrated when I thought, God, we're right there. It's going to squeeze. And then it doesn't. And I think I still stand by it. The Kramers and their clients were down $1 billion. I believe someone was paid off. I don't know who, But if you want to trust everybody, Rennie, trust everybody. If you see a glorious Wall Street out there, trust it all. But I think you're just here trying to be a jerk, frankly. Is that the stock? All right, I'll tell him. He already went. I didn't see you. I'll have him look that up. I will have him look that up, Scott. So I'll answer some of the questions on MMT and mmtlp. Oh my God. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. It's all cheating. It's all cheating. It's just all cheating. All cheating. So and ask, if I forget some of the other questions, it's just because I forgot. But I'll go to 4:00. Let's look at some of the stock prices. I don't think they're going to be pretty. The calendar, the days dwindle down to a precious few. November, December. Oh, these sweet, precious days I have with you. Something in. Anyway, there's not many days left where there's going to be tax loss selling, but these are the days that are left to buy some of these other stocks. And hypocritically, I'm going to tell you that it makes sense to trade for the January effect in some of these stocks. It makes you feel good if you have a winning trade. It gives you some cash, and it allows you to buy more of these stocks. Right now, GTII is not squeezing at the moment. fngr is not squeezing at the moment. So I don't feel hypocritical to recommend that. I mean, David, I saw a statistic today that the United States has, I'm approximately something like 250 container ships, tanker ships. China has over 7,000. So when the supply chain agreement ends, who do you think is going to be paying the price? Now, what was I going to say? Oh, MMAT and MMTLP. I was, Junk Savvy invited me on a call this morning, and I really appreciate it. It was a good call. It went from 9 a.m. to after 1 o'clock. I think that's what I recall. It had Pecos Bill. It had, oh gosh. Oh, my brain. It had two or three other people. It had two or three other people that know oil and gas. And I'll think of their names as we talk. But in terms of MMAT, I was amazed to find out that the letter and the context MMAT caused, and the vote caused shareholders to put a halt to issuance of more shares, and made it clear to MMAT not to do that financing. I think they're going to do the financing. It's something I got in trouble for saying yesterday, I don't know the makeup of that board, but that board is all about covering their own ass. And it's also about believing the smiling faces and believing their lawyers. So if you don't have someone in leadership or a board that is willing to look at the evidence in front of their nose, and they actually think that, what is this group, Lincoln, I've been thinking. Yeah. I think MMAT is still going to somehow get that deal done. They're under the control of the criminals. But I was so impressed, still am, and am hopeful that shareholders can stop that. And then you have an opportunity to start turning this around. But that was fascinating on MMAT. Then on mmtlp, all sorts of questions were asked, all sorts of discussions went on. I want to, this gentleman right here, MVP, I took 2 pictures. I just want to see if I can read them. He says, a geologist who did the Bakken, I guess, project, the Bakken field for Amarada Hess. John Hess called this geologist and asked him to look at Ora Grande and the data on Ora Grande. This geologist, the median figure was 3.7 billion barrels. That's the median. That's the midway point. You know what median is. You know how to kiss, don't you? Whistle. You know how to whistle, don't you? And then he said they have 2 benches, NWE. I think it's NWE. So they have 5 billion and 6 trillion. All right, so he's saying it's closer to 5 billion barrels and 6 TCF of natural gas. Well, these are huge numbers. And in listening to Pecos Bill this morning, he used 3.2 billion barrels. Why? Because that's published. And he didn't want to go further than that. But I asked him about, my amateur question was, how much of that is proven? and he didn't answer that. He doesn't want to be, what's the word? There's a word I'm looking for, but he doesn't want to have to put out specific numbers because nobody knows for sure right now. But what I got was that he does have a high degree of confidence in the reserves in the Ora Grande, and he did say he's bullish on the development of that project. So I'm trying to remember who said he's losing on mmtlp. If we use 5 billion barrels, that's the closer to 5 billion, and the 7 TCF of gas we ignore. And I like 5 billion barrels because they increased their ownership. They have discovered more. But if we use 5 billion barrels, and I'll use a low number. Yesterday I used $15. But I don't know. When this deal first was put together, oil was cheap. Oil's $70 now, and I think headed much higher. I think oil will double from here. Projects are getting bought all over the place. So the cycle is moving to where, my investors, I went to London, they had a chance just to buy the projects out of the ground at next to nothing. They said, nah, oil's going down lower. Well, now oil's up. The projects are bought. Parts of those projects are sold to get all the money back. And there's there's functioning companies that are now being bought by the big boys. They'll buy the production, the manufacturing companies like Pioneer first, and then they'll slowly add up. There's a ramp up going on, and they'll run out of those. So then they'll look, where can we add reserves? Even if the reserves are just on our books for 10 years, where can we find? They can find them here at the Oro Grande. They'll get there. But anyway, at 5 billion, I'll use I forget who the gentleman was that's being mmtlp killed him. I'm going to use $5. It's ridiculously low. Pioneer was bought in an all share deal for $30 a barrel, but I'll use $5 a barrel just to account for all the skepticism. That's going to give a really low number. And I think the number should be much higher, but let's just see what that does. Let's just see what it does. So 5 billion. 5 billion barrels times 5 smackers. That's $25 billion. It's going to give a really low number, But divided by 165 million shares, $151. That's a low number, $151. It's not going to be that low. But if you call that $150 and you say the lawyers have to be paid $100, lawyers and courts and everybody else, and you pay out a cash dividend of $50 to everybody, that's $300 a share. It's hardly that you're going to be killed in this deal. Now, the other questions were, is there a settlement going on? Mark Bazile was on the phone, and I can't speak for anyone, but I can kind of remember what he said. You can listen to the space call. It's Junk Savvy. It's recorded. But he said that there are things going on that not everybody has privilege. Not everyone has privy to. Sorry for yawning. And he implied pretty strongly, to me anyway, that something might be going on in terms of getting closer to a settlement. But I didn't get a time frame. I didn't hear a number. And so I'm just reading body language. Trying to remember what else was discussed. Well, Pecos Bill did talk about what he saw down in the Oro Grande. Well, I guess it's the Johnson prospect, which I think is near the Oro Grande, but whatever. It's the Next Bridge company. So he drove down there. It takes 9 hours to get there. He walked on in like he owned the place. His scarf was apricot. So he said that the rig looked like it was bigger than the last time he was there. I think the first, if I remember what he said, the first rig looked like a hydraulic rig, smaller, and now this one is bigger. To me, what that means, and it's just to me, that means they're going to drill deeper, more deeply, which is good. Or maybe they're going to do a horizontal. I don't know. We didn't get into that. I did ask him, as I already said, his confidence in the reserves. But another thing I asked him was, how quickly could the reserves be proven up? In other words, how many wells would it take, and et cetera. Well, an interesting point he made is, if they do, and now I'm making a presumption, what if they drill down to one of the deeper zones and they produce that? And And I think on the Johnson lease, they can produce. It's not like the university lands. Anyway, one thing he pointed out is if they produce for 90 days, maybe longer, and the the well doesn't decline by very much from its IP, from its initial production. Well, you can extrapolate then, if you have some seismic or you have some volumetrics, you can extrapolate that there's no faulting. I'm using my own words now. There's no faulting, that the oil runs throughout the structure. And if the decline rate is very low, all of a sudden, a lot of that oil comes in close, if not proven, very close to it. So to an engineering report, you could start firming up your barrels, your confidence in barrels, pretty it up for a sale or a joint venture pretty quickly. So that I took that as good news. He said that to his eye, under when Greg McCabe took over kind of the helm of the project, things are going at a good clip, and being developed properly. So that's good news for your investment. We talked about the oil markets in general. He's a little bit surprised. I think he said we've been in contango for 2 years. Pretty amazing. In other words, people are not projecting that oil is going to go up. Well, like it or not, our world is based on oil. And I think I can remember what he said. He said there's 4 things to the modern economy that cannot be replaced: concrete, fertilizer, there were 2 more. Well, oil for transportation, I think he said. So there's 1 more if I'm right on that 3rd one. Anyway, I can't remember but anyway, all of the big 4 pillars of a modern economy, and I'm sorry, I can't remember. It's on the Space Code, are based on oil. And so if we don't plan to eat, and he used a number I've used before. Oil was essentially discovered in its modern capacity right around the Civil War. And I believe that it's one of the reasons that slavery was ended, because machines started to could do the work. But that's that mercantile side of me. But there's no question that in the United States, oil led to the increased use of machinery. And by the turn of the century, I think, this isn't the number he used, I'm trying to remember the numbers I studied. I think the world's population was around 980 million. That's what I remember. Today, it's close to 8 billion. That growth in population was only able because facilitated by oil. Food production, transportation, air conditioning, jobs, everything, all oil. So in the United States, we have not been drilling, although he thinks that's about to change. And anyway, he sees higher oil prices on the horizon. Nobody can predict when. All of this is good for the investment in Oro Grande. There was no specific news. Apparently there's an S8, although I don't see it. I don't have a copy of it. I looked for it regarding employee options, which we're going to hear more about on Thursday. We talked about that. Apparently, on the negative, the employee options have a strike price of something like $1.60, if I remember correctly, and they're going to allow, I guess, anybody that's an employee who wants to exercise them at 39 cents. That's what I understood. I didn't read it. So the issue is, are they cheating us? Personally, I don't think so. Those employee, if the facts are like that, those employee options have a 10-year maturity. So in order to give an incentive to employees to exercise, you give them a big discount. And remember, if they waited 10 years, just like Shohei Ohtani's contract, it's the present value of that money. If you waited 10 years and your strike price is $1.60, but you discounted it back to now 10 years, they took Shohei Ohtani's contract from 70 million a year to like 46 million a year. So I think a lot of that discount could be accounted for by clever present value calculations. But more importantly, you have to give an incentive for people to put up money now. Now, one really smart person, she said that it could be for tax reasons and certain other if you buy now, you set up your long-term capital gains clock for a year from now. Very smart. She brought up some really good points, but I'm not an accountant, so I can't comment on that. But anyway, it's possible, we'll find out Thursday, that they're going to raise 14 million by the exercise of employee options. Now, it's not dilutive. Well, I didn't read it. I've been on boards and been with companies where they give the incentive to exercise your warrants or your employee options, and then to get you to do it, it's a lower price, but then they also issue additional options to you. I don't know if they did that. No one said they did that, but that's possible. Otherwise, it's not dilutive. The employee options are already included in the fully fully diluted share count. So it's not dilutive. You could argue it's a sweetheart deal in terms of price. But what if that 14 million is drilled, funds 1 or 2, 3 wells going deeper into a zone that seismic shows and closeology shows should be drilled, and they're able to prove up a big swath of reserves? That's great news. So I take it. Pecos Bill is here. All right. So it was fertilizer, concrete, plastics, and then fuel like automobiles, diesel, military, airliners, trains, fuel. Those 4 things are the predicate for modern society. You could add in there iron, which takes smelters. You could probably add in I think that does cover everything. I can't think of anything else other than giving women the vote or allowing women to drive. I'm just kidding. These are important parts of modern societies too. Anyway, so those 4 pillars are the basis of all modern industrial economies. And I don't really know how much oil is behind pipe right now, how much oil is sitting there where they can just basically they completed the wells and left the oil behind pipe. If oil prices go higher, could they bring that oil to market without drilling? I don't know that number, but I suspect there's fewer of those than there were when Biden came into office. And I'm not picking on him. That's just where things changed for those of you who vote for him. In terms of natural gas, I think there is a lot of natural gas behind pipe. Chip Johnson at Carrizo told me years ago, and I don't know, I doubt he might know my name. He certainly would recognize me. But over the years, I've gotten to know him pretty well, but not as a friend, just running into him, meeting him. And I really trust him. He's a hardworking, good guy. He told me years ago that in natural gas, because I'm always bullish on natural gas, he told me it's going to have a hard time ever going above $5. And if it gets to 5, it'll come back down. And I said, that's impossible. He said, you don't know how much natural gas we have behind pipe in the United States. And I think it's been proven to be pretty much true so far, his thoughts. So when I look at Oro Grande, I kind of ignore the natural gas just to give a rounding error. But all of U.S. production that was added, almost all of it. Well, I'd say by now all of it, but the shale plays and the tight sands, they have decline curves that, I mean, they're like a ski slope. Maybe not the black diamond, but they're like a ski slope. In a typical tight sands well that you frack and you go out, you produce anywhere up to 85% of the hydrocarbons you're going to produce for the life of the well. You produce that in a year and a half. And he brought up the name of, now my brain isn't working. I can think of the name. I can see the gentleman, but it's not coming to the front of it'll come to me. But there is a analyst who I have followed, and I actually sat at his table for dinner. I've met him at 2, maybe 3 conferences. I've listened to him at more, and in most of the oil and gas industry doesn't pay attention. But one thing he said about the horizontal drilling, this is a few years ago, that stuck with me. What if you drill a horizontal well and you're drilling under 2,000 or 5,000 feet of rock, weight, a lot of weight, and you drain the oil or the gas or both out of there and some water. What if there's settling and the last 15% of the reserves stop flowing? Does it make sense to re-drill that well or to frack it? His other point that I remember he made is, and I bring this up a lot, and no one's worried about it. A lot of the life of the reserves of the wells, the shale wells that were drilled in the United States, the idea was, not in all fields, but in Appalachia for sure, and mature fields. Well, these vertical wells have worked, and we drilled these wells 60 years ago, 100 years ago, and they're still producing. What if we go down horizontally and then drill across through all of those, stay in the zone, but we go through all of those wells and into new territory, and then frack, and then we can start producing that gas or oil or both. And they'll last 60, 70, 80 years. His name, darn it. Harmon. Gosh, I hope I'm not getting Alzheimer's. Well, one of the assumptions that's made is that by drilling horizontally, you're going to get the same length, the same life on the wells as you did vertically. That's an assumption. There's no absolute proof of that. But anyway, I get far afield. The point is that in the tight sands and shale, you've got to keep drilling. The decline curves will cause output to decline very rapidly unless you keep drilling. In the offshore Gulf, which I don't think we're drilling anywhere near as much as we used to, those can be very prolific wells, but they can decline, well, more than decline. They stop after 7 years, 4 years. They water out. Anyway, I don't want to get beyond my ability to understand oil and gas. The point is that we haven't been replacing production in the United States. The decline curves do matter. And as soon as we have run out of PDPs, behind pipe, PNPs. Anyway, but as soon as we run out of oil behind pipe that we can turn on, the United States is going to be in a lot of trouble. What changes that? Oil prices go higher, a lot higher. And those 4 things that Bill talked about, fertilizer, are we going to stop eating? Are we going to stop building? Are we going to stop driving and hauling? And I don't know about you, you probably buy new sunglasses, you buy new toys, you buy new computers. Plastics are everywhere. So anyway, oil prices are going to go up, and that's a really positive thing for the Oro Grande, in my judgment. MMT went bankrupt? I don't think so. Art Berman. And Bill, what's the name of the other gentleman that you mentioned? I had never heard of him. But for those who are interested, just Google or YouTube Art Berman, and you'll hear just tremendous lectures. I used to listen, and I met in person twice, and I used to we were phone buddies. Not for a long time because he got killed. Well, he died. I don't know if they're still on YouTube, but I think listening to Matt Simmons is well worth it on peak oil. I happen to be someone that believes in peak oil. However, what's amazing is technology is increasing the amount of oil that is taken out of existing reserves, existing fields, and they are discovering more. But I still stand by it. I think I didn't ask him. A guy from the back of the room asked Matt Simmons, you said oil's going to go over $100. When is that going to happen? Now, in fairness, this was about probably 15 years ago. And so Matt was wrong, but so far. But Matt said 100. I said oil would go to 6 figures. I didn't say 100. And then he went on to say he's looking for $500, $600 a barrel. Well, that never happened. Price is the great equalizer in oil and gas. As prices go up, demand gets destroyed. Chris Knight. Okay, Chris Knight. No, it's there it is, not Chris Knight. Nate Hagens. All right, I'm going to look up Nate Hagens. I want to look up Nate Hagens. Anyway, it was a really good call this morning with Bill, Pecos Bill, and a couple of others. And Junk Savvy is really knowledgeable on oil and gas. I don't know if she used to know it all or she just got up to speed so quickly. But she makes an excellent presentation. So for the gentleman who said that he's been killed in mmtlp, I understand the feeling, but I would really recommend moving your mmtlp to NextBridge, because you still can, which I can't believe. There's still a chance, because that's going to be, in my judgment, valuable at some point. mmtlp, once 30 million more shares move over to AST, mmtlp will be provably nothing, zero, zip, nada, except for the obligation of Wall Street to provide you with they won't be able to provide the shares anymore. They will have to provide you the financial value of one, in my opinion, one non-diluted share of NextBridge for every one share of mmtlp. And so your value is whatever the lawyers duke it out for, what the settlement is, and you won't have control over that. Now, the advantage of owning mmtlp, possibly, if Wall Street settles it, is that you'll have a liquidity event. And I hope it's one price fits all, and it's a big price. If they come at you with low prices first in a reverse Dutch auction, I think many of you will just take the low price, and I think you'll cheat yourself. But one of our advantages is we have these big investors negotiating, and they are going to negotiate on behalf, I think, of everyone. So if Wall Street settles this out, I would expect it to happen before the end of next year. So my time frame is much longer than most people's. I don't expect a 60-day settlement. I don't see any evidence of a 60-day settlement or a 90-day settlement. They may come up with a framework for peace like they used to do. They may come up with an outline of what they're going to try to do and let you know that. But there's 104 broker dealers, multiple prime brokers. There's got to be 2 or 3 or 4 dozen criminals involved, and their lawyers. There's the regulators. There's the market makers. There's a lot of lawyerage going on. So I would think, now that it didn't happen this year, it could easily be, if Wall Street settles, it could take as long as the end of next year or longer. So I think you're still going to have to wait many months. Now, the risk is, if you're in mmtlp, is that Wall Street keeps stonewalling and it goes the legal route. My opinion of legal settlement is a minimum of 4, 5, 6 years, and probably it could take a decade in the court system. They're going to put all the money they can fighting the attorneys and on the good guys and girls on the attorney side. It could be a decade, and by the time it's done, you're going to have Peter Angelos, Wes Christian will be worth Peter Angelos' money. What's left for us will probably be disappointing. But it'll be a big number. It'll just be a long time out. So I'm not thrilled with the legal path. And I know that's where justice lays, but I don't know. I've experienced more legal fights. More legal fights than I ever wanted to. And all I know is it just comes finally to a moment that the lawyers make sure the lawyers are paid for. Then they come to you and they're very clever. They're good arguers and they argue why you should settle. And they'll say, well, if you don't take this, but wait a minute, you told me I was going to win and they're going to owe this and this and that, well, all the other attorneys have agreed. The judge has agreed. If I can tell you a story when I was in New Orleans and I stood up against a whole table of lawyers. I mean, at the beginning of the trial, I showed up all by myself with one attorney and we went against Eland and another company. And they ended up being good guys, but they had a prepackaged bankruptcy going. And I objected. If I hadn't shown up, I paid for it, paid for a lawyer, got everybody down. If we hadn't shown up, it would have been a done deal. Well, then 2.5, 3 years of fighting, which cost a lot of money. Well, at the end, at the very end, we had gone from that few to literally everyone had agreed to a settlement. Everyone had agreed to a settlement. And my company and my associate and investors, we had a name on our company. And we said, well, all right. And basically, we were going to just end up getting our money back plus a little bit, not much. And the legal bills. The legal bills were paid by me. But that was kind of the best we could do. Last minute, the company, this one board member who wouldn't show up in court because he didn't want to be nailed for lying. He said, all right, we'll accept it. But Farrand and his group, we're not going to pay him. And it's going to be like a little tiny payout. So I went into the room with the lawyers. All of a sudden, that conference table went from here down to the end of the basketball court. Lawyers all around, all waiting for their payout. And this corpus was not huge, but those lawyers wanted to be paid. And they informed me that we weren't going to get what we had originally agreed to, and it was going to be reduced. I stood up and I said, we don't agree. We don't agree. And I went into the courtroom and everyone came around me. Everyone was swearing at me. The judge, one of the judge's friends, everybody, William Farrand is blowing because they all wanted their payday. So the principal from Eland, he was a good guy. I won't say his name, but he came up to me and he said, Bill, I'm going to sound like Kentucky instead of Texas. But he said, Bill, and he's dressed really well. He was a good guy, tough guy, nice guy. But he said, Bill, I've had a look at your claims, and you're going to get nothing unless you accept this. And I said, I looked at him and I said, I'm not trying to cheat you. I'm not trying to go back on my word. I will accept the deal that we originally agreed. but now so-and-so is changing it. And it's unfair. He's targeting me and my clients, and everyone else is staying the same. So, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but I'm not going to agree to this. So there was dead silence. He looked down at my shoes. He looked back up and he said, Beal, I can't say that word, but fork so-and-so. You wait here. And so the whole courtroom is milling around, angry people at me, lawyers. You know, I'm saying 20 of them, 30 of them. And I just stood there thinking inside of me, what did I just do? Because you know, maybe I should have accepted that lower amount. Well, he came back to me. I felt his hand on the back of my shoulders. I was talking to somebody else, and he said, Bill, you got your deal. He went out and fought for me because I was straight for him. I'm telling you guys from the blue states, people in red states, people in the oil and gas business, almost always keep their word, keep their deals. And you treat them right, they'll treat you right. So anyway, that's a long story. We ended up getting the deal we agreed. But what I learned, and unfortunately, my biggest client, the really good client, got their money back, but not the legal fees paid for. We are anyway. That was how it worked out. And I didn't get my I bore the cost of the majority of the legal fees. But anyway, the point is when you go the legal route and you want you're all hepped up and you're right and you want justice and you want it, the lawyers always come back to you. They tell you when you start you're going to win. They come back to you and say, this is what the judges agreed to. Who down in New Orleans, the judge gets a piece of it. And this is what the other parties want. And at some point, you just settle for something less. So anyway, it's a long answer. Gas Bag or Reno just predicted short streams. Oh, wow. I'd like to read about that. Supposedly 2 new rules from the SEC. 2 hedge funds are suing. Well, look, truth or bull explanation point T. The thing is, hedge funds have all the money, and everyone just looks up to hedge fund managers. That was a point that Pecos Bill made. We don't have scientists anymore in government. I don't know if the science departments are particularly well attended in our colleges and universities. We don't have scientists, particularly in think tanks or in advisory roles. China does. I didn't know it, but Putin apparently has a degree in resources. I think he said Xi has something, but we have, and I know this. When you go and visit oil and gas companies, the people in charge of it usually are older than I am, although now that I'm older, a lot of them are somewhat younger. And then there's a 20 to 40 year gap down to the younger people that come in. There's a whole Reagan generation, Reagan, Clinton, Bush, Obama, and sort of stops there so far. Everyone went into investment banking. Everyone wants to run a hedge fund. Everyone wants to cheat. Well, what do these hedge funds really add to the global output? Pecos Bill talked about how he values conservation, treating the environment correctly. I do too. I've never met an oil man that a gas woman that wants to destroy the environment. Never. But what do hedge funds do to help? Just they move everything around, flip it all around, move industries to China and India. So we move to high coal producing countries to produce things. We just export our pollution. I mean, natural gas is the cleanest fuel out there. I don't think there's a cleaner fuel than natural gas. You could say solar, you could say wind, but those haven't proven reliable yet. And they're going to rely on batteries at some point. Are batteries clean? I don't know. But natural gas is clean and powerful. Oil's cleaner than coal. I don't know that coal's cleaner than biomass. Coal is more plentiful. One of the countries, was it Spain? The energy ran from human energy, animal energy, and then it went to wind, windmills and mills. But then we traveled the world in these big ships with timber. That wind revolutionized, that power source, wind, revolutionized the world. And we burned wood. I think it was Spain that ran out of wood for building ships. I think it was Spain. So that doesn't last long. But then coal came in, and coal is what fueled the Industrial Revolution. But then, as you know, most people know, World War I, World War II, the First Lord of the Admiralty, Winston Churchill, made the decision to change his ships from coal. His coal ships had replaced the wind-based ships to oil. Anyway, I don't see oil and gas being replaced. I'll gladly pay you Thursday for a few more finger today. I don't think I was super excited about our settlement. I think that's a misrepresentation, Jay, of what I said. On a space call, I was really excited about, and I still am. Anna and others, Jennifer and Patrick and several others, have been working extraordinarily hard. And they have written, and one of the guys, I think his name was Mandrake, on the space call today. I could be wrong on who it was, but they have written an open letter to one of the regulators. I forget the name, Roger or something. And they so far have 85 signatures promised from senators and House of Representatives. They think they're going to get those signatures over 100. I was really excited about that. Now, that will help the settlement. But Jay, I mean, unless I miss my mark, and to be clear, I think Mark Bazile implied something's going on. I don't know what he meant, though. I have it on pretty good authority that nobody high up anywhere has contacted the whales for a settlement. My information could be wrong. It's like, where is Shohei Ohtani going to sign? I don't. My information could be wrong. So I'm not saying, Jay, that I'm not saying that a settlement can't come together quickly. I am super excited by that letter. That means you're going to make progress, and at some point the dam is going to break. And the criminals are going to stop being believed, and we are going to be believed. I was excited about that. And that is exciting for a settlement. But your sentence, which is short, I know because of typing here, I think you mean to say super excited about settlement soon. I am very excited about settlement, and I believe it's going to happen. I believe the settlement's going to be at a high number per share, but I think it's going to be lower than my high numbers because lawyers meet in the middle. But what I'm saying, Jay, personally, I don't see it happening within 60 or 90 days. Could I be wrong? Absolutely, I could be wrong. Absolutely. I've never known two lawyers to get something done in 90 days. How do 200 or 300 lawyers get something done in 90 days? I just don't see it. But Jay, I'm really excited that mmtlp slash NextBridge. I think NextBridge is a valuable company, and it's going to reward people who own it. I think, therefore, the calculated value of the one-for-one exchange into mmtlp is going to be a high number, and it is going to include pain and suffering, and it is maybe going to include a penalty for being criminal. And I think it's going to, I believe the settlement is going to go through the Congress Wall Street Avenue, and it's going to be huge for all of us. But when? I don't think I ever got excited that it's going to happen in 60 or 90 days. I mean, maybe I said something like that. I don't recall it. But I really believe the settlement is going to be rewarding to everybody. So I am super excited about settlement. I'm super excited, to use your words, about the letter Anna and others organized. And I think you're going to be happy with your mmtlp settlement. I just don't see it happening. I wouldn't be surprised if it took until the end of next year or longer. But I do think it'll happen next year. The lawyers know where they stand. The longer they wait, it gets more and more painful, in my judgment. And anyway, I am super excited about this settlement. I'm just not super, I'm using your word over and over again. I'm just not super excited that it'll happen in 60 days or 90 days. Yeah. Let me just go through some of these. I really appreciate. Okay, here's another one from Pecos Bill, Simon Michaud. Simon Michaud. There's a couple others I used to listen to. I read Ken Drafe's books. He had two of them, and I really enjoyed those. I haven't. He's still around, but Jim Kunstler, who had a website that really had a bad name. He now it's just jamesrkunstler.com, something like that. But I used to follow him very closely, and I read his books. One of the most compelling images he gave is that all of us are used to driving down the highway at 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. In the future, it might be that people don't experience that. That was an interesting thing to think about. I'm trying to think of some of the other people that I would follow. I try to, I'll probably get back into it, but over the last 3, 4, 5 years, as I've been doing this, I just haven't stayed up to date in oil and gas and gold, and silver. Well, the plans Sorrento Therapeutics used, I don't know that one. Has BBBY worked yet? I don't know. Let me write those down. I'll look them up. Thank you, Pecos Bill. Gasparino, I like that name. Gasbagarino. Art Berman. Art Berman was and is a skeptic about the shale oil revolution, and I think he's gonna. You left out steel and all metal. I think I added iron. I think that was the one that I added. But when you think about it, pit lolly grower, when you think about it, the Transcontinental Railroad, which kind of wasn't really transcontinental unless you're talking about the Continental Divide. It started west of the Mississippi or somewhere around there, and then went to California. But the railroads in the east and there were all built before oil was a big deal. So maybe the point is you don't need oil to build out steel foundries. You can use coke and coal. Well, if MMAT went bankrupt, Chapter 11, unfortunately, the most likely thing to happen to shareholders would be they'd be wiped out, most likely. There's a possibility that prior to that, some of the shorts would want to cover. But remember, the shorts have experienced in almost all the stocks they've done this to, the counterfeiters, that once they get it to bankruptcy, they win. Because in bankruptcy, the equity class gets wiped out. There's no 1099. So all that criminal purloining they did, that money is sitting there. There's no shares that it has to be that has to collateral. There's no trade short exposure that has to be collateralized against. They just take the money out without a 1099. So and equity gets wiped out. Equity gets wiped out in all bankruptcies. It looks like, I was convinced after I fought you guys pretty hard, it looks like in the case of BBBY, the judge approved, and the judges have a lot of leeway. To my memory, BBY still had $2.5 billion worth of debt with a B. But the creditors made a deal with the judge and the shareholders to somehow start a new company that was capitalized with, to my memory, $150 million and great prospects, so that the debt could eventually get paid off. And to my memory, the deal was 50% to equity and 50% to the creditors. And that got passed or approved by the judge. And, so there may be hope for recovery in BBBY shareholders, although I think they changed their name. I did follow it for a few weeks afterward. I never saw it trading, but I'll have to look again. Maybe it is. Maybe that strategy is working. I don't know anything about Sorrento, but yeah, CB. If MMAT went bankrupt, shareholders would be wiped out. The technology, the patents, particularly that filament or what do you call it? The fiber, the thing that would be put into the battery to separate the two explosive parts of the battery. State of the art, the best technology out there. That would probably go to China or to Russia. Elon Musk might buy it. Somebody will buy it. But we as shareholders will be cheated out of that by the criminals and by their complacent friends in the self-regulatory organizations, who, by the way, were sold on a gullible public by the greatest, to some people, the greatest president, Bill Clinton. Well, I wish I had known earlier what that guy stood for. Please do not associate with Alex Jones. It will only lessen my credibility. Lower than it already is. I used to listen. I try to listen to everybody. I used to try to listen to Alex Jones, and frankly, I couldn't stand his voice. And I thought his Sandy Hook point of view, that was over the top and frightening. But what's amazing is a lot of the because I think once he was there, people would call into him. I can't remember examples, but on some issues, he was right. I liked his sidekick, Owen somebody, British guy, who has his own channel now. I like that guy. And I liked Millennial Millie. I still like Millennial Millie. She went out on her own, but Millennial Millie was amazing, is amazing. She is fearless, smart, stands right in. You know, on the thing that we can't talk about, and I don't know what, it happened sort of around the New Year's a couple of years ago, 3 years ago. She followed this one guy who showed up wearing, I don't know how to say this carefully, you know, wearing the blue uniform, went in, invited in to one big building, and then switched to the red uniform and started banging, breaking glass, breaking, blah, blah, blah. And this guy, Millennial Millie, tracked down, followed him out of his hotel, tried to do an interview and asked him questions as he walked away from her. She's amazing. So I'm not, I mean, Alex Jones isn't always right, but who is? I do defend anyone's right to speak in the United States. That's what we're based on. And anyone's right to be wrong with what they say. As long as the other people can speak, truth will prevail. So, no, I intend to send, if I can find it, if I put anything on Twitter in terms of letters I write, I will copy Alex Jones. Nobody else is picking up this case. Nobody. Elon Musk, even Patrick Byrne isn't doing it. I always copy Maria Bartiromo because I think she speaks truth to power. She doesn't pick it up. Charlie Payne doesn't do anything. Very little. One small interview that he patsied over to the other side at the end of it, or two interviews. But he'll come around. I have faith in him. Jim Cramer didn't pick it up. I copy, there's another journalist I copy. I think I copied Tucker Carlson once, but that's a good one. I think Tucker might be a good one. There's one other I can't think of right now. Even Gretchen Morgeson, I'm starting her book. She hasn't done anything. So I don't know, Chico Ed, you might be right, but who the heck is going to give visibility on this? This Alex Jones has 1.5 million followers. And I agree with you. Most mainstream media and most Congress and they dismiss him. They may not listen to him. But who knows? What if Alex Jones got 1 million letters going in to Robert Cook at FINRA? What if Alex Jones got 1.5 million letters going in to Gary Gensler? I don't know. Is it worth prejudging what would happen? I don't know what you mean about associating with Alex Jones. I don't even know how to contact him. I would just send it to his Twitter, whatever it's called, Twitter tweet. Yeah, plastics and fuel. I know MMAT voted down financing. I know, it's incredible. That's a breakthrough. That is a breakthrough. I'm just worried, CB, that the criminals, one of the problems, what I think these overly educated people on Wall Street are trying to do is take the fractional reserve banking system and make an analog of fractional reserve security custodialship, fractional reserve securities. The problem is securities aren't fungible. Money is. Securities aren't. And one of the issues is corporate governance. Who votes? And my concern is that the board, and this is something I brought up yesterday, and I said it in a way that offended some people. But certain people, certain types of people, male or female, are really conservative, and they're going to follow the lawyer's advice. They're going to do whatever covers their ass, and they're going to believe the smiling faces that lied to them about financing on Wall Street. And so one thing I worry about with MMAT is that they'll put this back to a vote, and the vote will be, I'll give you an example. If there's an extra 250 million shares, I'm making it up, of MMAT, how do you stop those extra shares from voting? And if they want the financing so they can continue their crimes, they'll just put it all through one of the mutual funds or one of the stock loan desks. And that's what I get concerned about. But I love that they voted that down. And I believe you all, CB, know more than the board. That's great, John Cottrell. That's a great picture. Let me see what Pecos Bill said. That's exactly right. I'll read it out. Pecos Bill says, hey, William, most projects like the Oro Grande continue to adjust potential reserves upward as the drilling continues. I just can't give a solid estimate without the well test. Absolutely. Absolutely. Not only can you not give a solid estimate without 1 or 2 well tests, you can't give a solid estimate without an engineering report. To me, the best is Netherland and Sewell, but there's others. It's really hard. It's difficult. But a starting point is the published figure. I think it's 3.2 or 3.7 billion barrels. You start there, and then you haircut it. One of the ways I haircut it is to ignore the natural gas, although that's not much of a haircut right now with gas selling so inexpensively. And they're flaring at some places. Anyway, I agree. But the exciting part is, as they drill, and they are drilling, those reserves do have the potential to move upward, and maybe at a very rapid clip. What's your thoughts about the common sense invested saying the days of squeezes are over, that no stock will squeeze anymore? Well, that's just not true. Depends, I guess, how much you want in a squeeze. But there's been several stocks that have been squeezing and running up. So I don't agree with you. I just don't. I don't agree with you. But I mean, it's a fair point. I mean, a squeeze takes all of 2 days to 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and we're looking at now years. So by definition, it feels like it never happens. Because in fact, the majority of days involved, it doesn't happen. That's a fact. All right, it's 4:40. I'm going to stop at 5. NXTP is running. Wow. I love that, Mark. Little green candle. BlackRock is behind the cancer stock that Ken Griffin gave 400 million to. Amazing. I go for my eye operation on Thursday, and what's really weird is I never noticed that I had this problem until the guy judged it, but it's weird. It's getting worse really quickly. So we'll see. Are any of our stocks strong on calls options showing upward trends? I only looked at a few of them. I was intrigued by the chart of MMAT this morning, but I think MMAT, they're going to try to drive it back down. So I wouldn't play that. There are no calls and options. I think CAUD, the chart, maybe I'll get ARCA on here, but the chart looks a little ragged because they're trying to convince us that putting this brilliant guy Peter Boards on and this absolutely massively talented woman Elizabeth Day Mars on a couple of weeks ago is bad news on the board and in CEO. But I think CAUD chart looks good to me. I don't have time to print it out or anything. If the market were trading the way it used to, CAUD looks to me like a stock that wants to go back to 5, maybe back to 10 at a pretty nice clip. But the risk in CAUD is the criminals are criming massively there. So there has to be some execution on the part of these new board members and new CEO in a pretty rapid pace. And I'm trying to help that. And others are too. I think there's going to be a full-on effort. I don't think Finger looks on a chart, doesn't look to me like it's doing much. But what my experience with Finger over the years is just when it slows down, just when it's getting low, just when people are losing interest, that's usually a good time to buy calls or just to buy the stock. GTII, I don't think the chart looks particularly good. I think all of these stocks have this problem ahead of them. Tax loss selling. Now, what happens some years is the tax loss selling gets finished in November, or it gets finished already. It might have already happened, but I think tax loss selling is going to continue pressuring some of our stocks. Logic, I think, is a tremendous buy, and it might get cheaper, but I got kind of excited that I thought they might announce something this year on the reverse merger. Look, they announced, I don't have it here, but they announced a year ago, they signed a deal with a company for that company to buy the shell when the de-SPAC occurred. They let that one expire because they had a better company, a bigger company. Well, their lawyers took so long that after the de-SPAC, they weren't finished. So, investment bankers watch everything. They saw the de-SPAC. People saw the shell. And on the call Brent had, he said several companies, 650 million to 750 million is my memory in size, asset size, have come to him to buy the shell. That's even bigger than the second company. So now they're in negotiations with all of those companies. I don't know which one they picked, if they picked one. I was hopeful they would do an announcement now just to make something happen. But I think what's happened in Logic is they've decided not to announce a non-binding letter of intent. It wouldn't do anything anyway. I think what they're doing is waiting to do an audit, to tie up everything and do a definitive agreement. Now, what happens with Logic? It's a shell. They don't need to raise any more money. So the criminals are just doing their strategy to drive it down, thinking if the company ever raises money, it's going to be dilutive. They don't need to raise any money. It's a shell. Drive it down. Drive it to a penny. Drive it to half a penny. What the buyer is buying is the shell. What is the shell? It's a publicly listed corporation. It has a lot of shareholders. It's current in its filings. And in the case of Logic, it's pristine in its filings. So they step into the shell and all of it, and they do a reverse split. This is a different thing. Don't hear, oh, no, that's bad, that's bad. No. In this case, the reverse split would be simultaneously done with the acquisition. Why? So that the company can uplist to the NYSE. That's their goal. Imagine if you already voted on that anyway, but imagine if it's a $40 stock on the New York Stock Exchange worth $750 million with institutional investors and a great business plan and revenues and cash and all of that. I don't know which one it is, so I'm making a lot of assumptions here. Well, that arithmetic works out to 50, 60, 70 cents a share for Logic. Well, if you want to be as blue as you want to be blue, as negative as you want to be, do the shorts cover? The legitimate shorts? The counterfeiters? The fakers? I would think so. Unfortunately, I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. I did believe it, but I made my rounds of phone calls yesterday, and that's all you can do. It's like Joe Morosi or Ken Rosenthal in baseball rumors. You constantly got to check. I now think it could be 60, 90 days away. So that's, that might be less exciting. That might cause people to say, I don't want to do that. The other stock, which I've tried to get the CEO on, I can't reach him. And maybe I should call Pecos Bill and have him look at it with me. There's some red flags. This guy is a financial engineer, and he used Benchmark International, who referred him somewhere, and I believe that it's to E.F. Hutton, to buy Pogo Energy, 40% of Pogo. And I don't know if that financing is a dilutive, toxic spiral note. I can't find it anywhere. I've looked, and I've called anyway, that's one risk. Now, what I did do is check with someone I trust that you all know, and I'm not going to put him on the spot with you right now, and asked him, do you know this E.F. Slutton group? And that's what we used to call it. Sorry, E.F. Hutton. They say, yeah, I'm good friends with the CEO, and he's an honest guy. And in fact, they left wherever they were because they couldn't deal with the crap anymore. So that might be a positive. That might be a positive. But I think another stock to look at is HNRC. It has it sold its non-core assets in Texas, water remediation, for 15 cents a share, and they're debating making a cash distribution of 15 cents. Now, I listened several times to the guy's presentation, Frank Kristen, who, like I've said, I've tried to contact. He probably figures I'm just a, opportunistic schmo like the rest of them or something. I'd love to talk to him. I'd love to get him on here so he can talk to you guys. But in the beginning of his presentation, he said he intends to distribute that 15 cents as cash. In the middle of his presentation, he said he intends to distribute the 15 cents a share as cash. But in the question and answer period, he said that it hasn't been determined yet. They may issue the 15 cents, but he didn't say it was going to be 15 cents. In the beginning, he did, it sounded like he did. But in the second two times he answered, he said a dividend. And then he qualified it and said it might be issued as a stock dividend. That wouldn't be exciting. If he issues a stock dividend, glory, glory, hallelujah to the criminal shorts, if they exist in the stock. I don't know if they do for sure. Anyway, and then I liked CNLV. I just don't know enough about it. The stock, but it's going to be cheap over the next couple of weeks. The stock I would start looking at, believe it or not, is GoLogic, GOLQ. It's trading at around 40 cents. It trades by appointment. But Brent is CEO there, and I think he's going to turn his focus to GOLQ. They have a similar setup where they're going to split off their primary business to recruiters.com, although recruiters.com has already left its shell, RCRT. So kind of in reverse, GoLogic is going to put its large fintech business, they're going to acquire RCRT to be listed on the NYSE or the NASDAQ. And that's a big, it's in the news. I mean, it was released before. To my memory, that was worth $850 million. That I'd have to do my research, but that was announced as an acquisition, publicly announced. Then that leaves GoLogic as a shell, GOLQ. And it's a similar story. Brent was on the call the other night, and he said he saw over 90 candidates, 90 candidates of young companies, highly talented teams, revenues, cash flows, profits, growing, trying to apply to buy the shell. And this is because the IPO market has gone fallow. And no one is helping small over-the-counter stocks. This is where the fraud begins. I don't begin to know when. I'm going strong. Hands, touching hands, reaching out, touching you, touching me, sweet. Anyway, So GoLogic, I think, is an interesting one. And then I think you have to keep looking at Wolf. That's my list so far of stocks to look at over this next 2.5 weeks if they get cheap. But I want to add other stocks to that name. I want you guys to help me to that list. I'm not stuck. And by the way, fingers on that list, top of the list, fingers at the top of the list, and fingers number 1 and GTII is number 1A. And then I have CAUD, LGIQ, HNRC, CNLV, GoLogic, and Wolf. And there must be others. There must be others. But those are all for January effect trades. You buy in the end in December and you sell in January when everyone buys them back. You missed the voice. They just said my NextBridge shares in my account, they're worth nothing, and said I could gift my shares to them, the broker, or use it for a deed of gifts. Rick, you'd be insane to gift your NextBridge shares or do a deed of gifts. I've never heard that term before. But if you want to do it, if you want to believe you're lying broker, go ahead. Now, if you have MMTLP, they are technically correct. MMTLP has zero value, zero, nothing. They don't own anything. Right now, there's an intersection between MMTLP and NextBridge, which is about 30 million shares. I don't know the exact number, but as soon as 30 million shares of MMTLP end up over at AST, they're full up. Then it'll be clear to you and everyone else that NextBridge is valuable, MMTLP is worth zero. However, Rick, where I still think you'd be crazy to write it off, is MMTLP is an obligation by Wall Street, which is worth trillions and trillions and trillions. DTC, the last time I looked, was worth $120 trillion. I think it at one point fluctuated downward to 85 trillion assets under its umbrella. But Wall Street can afford this settlement. Wall Street will settle if they do not honor their obligation to pay you once the AST is full and there's only MMTLP left that is empty. It's not even a shell. It's not even a company. Nothing. But they will honor settling with you at a big number because, one, they don't want the world to know that 650 million shares were counterfeited. Two, if they don't do it, then for the first time in the United States market's history that I know of, they will fail to settle a trade. That's what separates the United States markets from markets around the world. If they give up that, what's the point? So they will settle. So Rick, I think they're just lying to you. I really do. I think they're lying to you. Or they don't know better. Maybe that's it. I shouldn't assume they're lying. They just may not know better. Yeah, Ham put out, if you're talking about GME, he published it. I'm DFV. I'm DFV. I'm diving for victory. Hey, John. I don't know if you're still, I just saw that Pecos bill. This eye, I'm getting cataract surgery. I'm nervous about it. My big decision is, do I want to see in the distance or see near? Or do I want to go to the next level where they have the astigmatism? Because I have an astigmatism. Or do I want to go to the higher level where I can get the, see in the distance, see in the middle, and read? And I'm undecided because all my life I've considered it a blessing. I've been able to read without wearing glasses. When I wear contact lenses, I have to wear reading glasses. But when I have no aid, I like being able to read without glasses. But boy, over the last, I was in London, and a dear friend of mine, her boyfriend sat on my expensive glasses, and I didn't get them replaced. That's about, I'd say 4 years ago, 5 years ago. I didn't get them replaced. I wore contact lenses for a while, and then I didn't get those replaced because I can actually, my eyes changed. I can actually see in the distance with a little bit of an astigmatism. So I'll find out. I'll find out. If I'm not comfortable, I'll tell him I've got to reschedule. But I'm nervous about it. I'm actually scared about it, but I'll just take a deep breath and pretend I'm not scared. Better to be farsighted. You'll date more women. Well, the farsighted man marries one good woman. I had cataract surgery on both eyes. I'll be happier than a pig in slop. That doesn't sound very happy. A pig in slop. Well, they did both eyes at the same time. Luckily, this eye is okay. Doesn't, except problem with this eye is I have a I forget the term. I have a retina that may detach at any time. So I scheduled an appointment for a year from now, but the guy says if you notice something, you call right away. That's not so exciting. Getting old isn't for sissies. No stock you and Ham shilled in the past year has squeezed to nosebleeds prices, just saying. And to make it worse, all your catalysts are wrong. Well, thank you, Phil. Thank you for your thoughtful presentation. I haven't shilled a stock. I think you're probably shilling on behalf of the shorts. But I also think you're wrong. And it's interesting you use a year, but Finger went from about $1 something to somewhere around 12 to my memory. And if I'm wrong, it's just my memory, a year ago. Now you're saying that's not nosebleed. Well, it's still a nice move that you could have traded off. I wasn't a good trader about it. GTII went from around 50 cents to 8.97 or 9.87. I've already explained to you, Phil, that you and your cohorts, I think, came over here and interfered with the squeeze, but that's just my theory. I could be wrong. But it was in the middle of a squeeze. There's ain't no doubt. But we sold and went to COSM, and then we let the criminals off the hook. In both cases, Phil Lamb, in the case of Finger, criminals sold 100, to my memory, they sold 104 million shares of Finger in the span of 10 days. There ain't no way that wasn't illegal and that wasn't counterfeiting. And they drove the stock from that $12 price down under $1 to my memory. And then Finger died for a while. It died for a while. The same thing went on at GTII. I don't remember the number of shares, but what I do recall, and I could be wrong, Phil, I'm just answering it from memory. I think the rumored short in GTII at that time was something like 120 to 140 million shares. That's what I remember. In the span of just a month or so, that number went to 175, 200 million shares. And if Ham is right, and by the way, Phil, there are people out there that tell me there ain't no way, there ain't no way. I forget the rest of that song, but there ain't no way that there's that many shares out there. You pick your side of that argument. But Ham believes there's over 400 million shares now naked shorted in GTII. Now, I don't think I've shilled a stock. I think I've tried to describe all sides of it. And I've tried to back off when I don't see it happening. I think Finger this year showed incredible upward movement for about a 5-month period. I made money trading options, and then I lost a shitload when I went to interview down by that truck, and Ham's calling me, where are you? Where are you? Where are you? Where are you? And then I took those peoples to lunch. It was the last day of trading in options, and that was a mistake on my part. But I've been open with everybody about that. Ham is focused on two stocks, Finger and GTII. I've kind of explored some others like mmtlp very much. I've looked at a handful of other stocks. The two that I think were disasters, and I lost money in both, is CRTD. I really thought CRT, it went from like 5-10 cents to $1.70. And if you don't think that's a squeeze to nosebleed prices, you've got a different nose than I do. 5 cents to $1.75. Woo. Well, that I met that CEO, Jeremy Frommer. I like him. He's very smart, but he has almost a moth's attraction to the flame desire to test the boundaries of what's going on with his stock. He was offered by the same whales that bought into his stock, who bought into GTII, who also have bought into Finger. He was offered a deal where GTII would buy CRTD for $3.33 in shares, and Jeremy would be made the CEO of GTII, and maybe they didn't come down to a concrete deal, I don't know, but it was implied that those whale investors would fund whatever projects went forward in GTII. On the Friday, I called a couple of people. I said, look, this doesn't look like it's going to happen. The stock was, I think, $1.49. And I got back, no, it's going through. The whales have worked it out with Jeremy. Jeremy's definitely doing it. He has no choice. And GTII has agreed to it. Well, so I didn't sell. That afternoon, Jeremy renegotiated the deal and asked for $5.50 or something like that. And GTII told him to pound sand. Then Jeremy went out and said, in pretty explicit terms, you have to do your own due diligence. What does GTII have? My understanding, although I didn't hear it from him, I heard it from somebody I trust, is he told Upstream not that you shouldn't trust GTII or something like that. Anyway, Upstream backed off from GTII, even though Ham was the one that introduced everybody to Upstream and everyone to West Christian, by the way. Then, in the strangest thing I've ever seen, Jeremy said on space calls, and I've heard in other conversations third hand, Jeremy said, I want to get the hot money out of my stock. I want everybody that's in here for a squeeze or in here for a quick trade to sell. Well, he's accomplished that. He's accomplished that. And what CRTD did was they took money from the Lynn partners, Jeff Easton and Philip Vallier, Sam Chung, Hailey Kim, and John Hancock in a toxic convertible note. They also took money from the Kramers, from Kurt Kramer in a toxic convertible note. Well, it is Jeremy's view, or used to be his view, that what's happening is the regulator's computers are inferior to the hedge fund's computers, and the broker-dealer's computers are inferior to the hedge fund computers, and that Jeff Easton and Kurt Kramer are too dumb to come up with this strategy on their own. And bottom line, my understanding, he still believes Jeff Easton. Well, that's at his own peril. That's at his own peril. So what's happened, Phil, to CRTD, they changed their name to Vocal. They've put something like $70 million in developing their software and their platform. But they have 18 employees, as I recall. They have something like a $250,000 to $500,000 a month burn rate. And the criminals knew this, and they know we just keep selling the stock down. They have it seller box now. It's under a penny now. It's under a penny. I sold my shares at a massive loss. I may buy back into that. I bought back in earlier at 4 or 5 cents, and I'm down. But I may buy more if it gets cheaper. But I'm not hopeful for that stock, Phil. That was a decision that perplexes me to this day. It just perplexes me why he made that decision. Now, having said that, he's honest. He's hardworking. He's raising money in creative ways, and he's not going back to the shorts. He founded CEO Block. He's a fighter, and he may just make it work. But the risk is, when you're under a penny, how do you raise money without destroying shareholders' percentage ownership of the company? And that's what the criminals want to do. That's what, Phil, the criminals did to Torchlight. Torchlight owned this Oro Grande project over 10 years ago. Or that's my memory when I met John Berta over the phone. So you say that I'm shilling. I think you probably are. And you're saying my catalysts are wrong. I'm telling you that this is an organized onslaught by your friends. I believe you're in cahoots with them. And I think you should be ashamed of yourself, really. It shows no integrity, no character. And you're a fast buck guy if you are with them. But these are criminal organizations. Just because they dress well, drive fancy cars, own big homes, have the hot chicks, and travel, and have the high-priced lawyers doesn't mean they're not criminals. So it's only up to you, Phil. You have to decide for yourself. Are you a man of integrity? I don't know. I leave it up to you. I mean, there's only two people that can make that judgment, you and God, and I'm not qualified. It's out of my pay grade. But Phil, I've never shilled a stock. I've tried to share my understanding of what's going on, and I've tried to recognize opportunities. Every stock that Ham gave me went up, and went up quickly. Every theory that Ham has used, and in fairness to me, every theory I've used has been predictive. The apologists, like yourself, your theories don't predict anything. And what you do is you turn around, because this is a Sisyphean task. The over-the-counter markets, the NASDAQ markets, and the big boy markets, but the big boys can take care of themselves, I think. They've been corrupted by rampant criminality. And the regulators don't care at a minimum. They're paid off at a maximum. They're complicit at a maximum. And they pay guys like you to come on and just make inane comments out of the left saying, oh, it's your fault. I agree with you. They haven't gone to nosebleed prices. They haven't gone to life-changing prices, but they've given people plenty of chances to trade, take their original money out, or make small profits and buy back cheaper. So, Phil, you obviously have your own agenda, but what's your stock idea, Phil? What stock did you recommend over the last year? Can you name one? Improve it? No stock you and Ham shilled in the past year plus has squeezed to nosebleed prices. Just saying. Well, thank you for saying. And to make it worse, all of your catalysts have been wrong. Well, I don't know. There may be truth in your words, and it may be that the criminals organize against all of us. I don't know what else to do. Give up. The other stock, which hasn't been a disaster, but my cost basis, I looked it up, it's 21.5 cents. I recommended Logic before the split into Aubrey SPAC. And I believe that was destroyed by criminals. But the Aubrey SPAC traded as high as $38. $38. That's pretty nosebleed. That is pretty nosebleed. Unfortunately, and the catalyst caused it, by the way. But unfortunately, the criminals, and I think you're part of the criminals, frankly, the criminals called into NASDAQ and said, hey, wait a minute. They just had all these redemptions and they only have 60,000 shares trading. And they stopped trading. Look at that. Went to $38. Boom. Well, they caused in this flat line, the criminals called into the NASDAQ. NASDAQ stopped trading. When they started trading, the criminals, I believe they counterfeited I think the smiling faces that went to collective audience lied to their faces. They destroyed the stock. They destroyed it. So NASDAQ stopped trading. They came in and sold it down. It's now here. Well, what's odd about that, Phil Lamb, the trade worked. The trade worked. NASDAQ interfered. And then the criminality started. But there's no question this is shit. I don't understand how Aubrey SPAC had over a year to roll this out properly. And then this is what occurred. I think somebody at Aubrey SPAC was part of this. That's my opinion. I can't prove I think the financial group that brought the two hedge funds is part of it. And the two hedge funds are obviously behind this selling. There's nothing that happened over this long time that's changed other than criminality by your friends, Phil. But Phil, I think CAUD is not over with. I think now that the quiet period's over, they've announced Peter Boards. There's only 1 million shares in the float, a little over. I think you could see this go right back up very quickly, maybe in the next 2 weeks. But let me just show you something. My cost basis was 21.5 cents. It went to 38 on the split. I'm not saying it's a winning trade, Phil. Yet. It's not over with. It's not over with. But I don't know where it closed. I'll use this price on this chart. I'll use $1.86. It probably closed lower, but I'm just going to use that. Oh, let me look. Let me get, so you don't accuse me of shilling. Let me see if I can get the closing quote. Okay, $1.46. I'm glad I looked because you would accuse me. So CAUD closed at $1.46. I mean, it's not pretty. But on the CAUD of my purchase of Logic at 21.5 cents, the CAUD is worth 12 cents per share. So I lost what, 40%, 45% of my money on the CAUD side. Now let's look at Logic. Logic is 2.99. Let's call it 3 cents. I'm rounding it up, Phil, by 0.0001. So I'm not making a huge leap. Last trade, 0.0299. Okay. So at 3 cents, that's the wrong symbol. This is a bad pen. So Phil, that was a trade that, if you measure it from when I was talking about it, around 20 cents, my average price 21.5 cents. I looked it up. CAUD is now worth 12 cents, and you have to add the Logic because it's split in two, 3 cents. So 12 plus 3 cents is 15 cents. I paid 21.5 cents minus 15 cents. I'm down 6.5 cents. Now, I believe, Phil, that this story isn't over. And I think this is going to snap back up here because of the two people they brought on the board and the 3 or 4 companies they're going to roll into the company. Now, what the criminals try to do, your friends, they try to get the stock price down so low that prearranged roll-up of companies never happen. Well, the difference here is there are loyal investors that are going to give enough funding. I think these Peter Bordis, Elizabeth DeMars are talented enough that they can bring these companies in at a higher price than the current stock price the criminals have gotten it down to. Obviously, the other thing they're going to try to do is get it under $1. So you do the reverse split. So you know the whole game. They're your friends, Phil. But I think you're about to see a fight back that's going to make CAUD get back $5, $6, $7, $10, $12, and maybe higher. When they roll in the 3 or 4 companies they've already negotiated with, I think you're going to see revenue numbers that could be 150, 200 million on an annualized basis. So the story's not done, Phil, here. And the catalyst did work, but then NASDAQ came in. I don't know. I guess you hold me responsible for NASDAQ, for FINRA, for the criminal selling. I don't think I could be more explicit, Phil. I have called out Gary Gensler as a goober. I have called out Robert Cook as a fat, slovenly incompetent. I've called out Jennifer Hopper before anyone else knew her name. I've called out the blonde who works both at I forget her name. Her characteristic I remember is she's blonde, who works both as a managing director at Goldman Sachs and as an attorney at FINRA. I've called them all out. I don't know how I could be more explicit. I see counterfeiting, I see stealing. Now others say, oh no, there's systems in place. That's not happening. This is just algorithmic trading. These are good clients. They always deliver. Well, that evidence isn't here to me, Phil. And it's company after company after company. How, Phil, could every company on the over-the-counter market, every small oil and gas company, every resource company, every gold, silver, other resource companies, how could they all, Phil, when they get financing from liars like Jeff Easton and Kurt Kramer and Yorkville? Everything I'm saying is my judgment and opinion. They all go down. They all get crushed. And you, Phil, are going to say I'm shilling? Yok to value mats. Oh, thank you, Scott Van Dyke. I don't know where you are, but that's a good picture of you. Well, I think people I think it's impossible to trade in these markets. On the other hand, I think Lou is onto something. I think Brent said something the other night, and I really believe that we can change the markets. But in general, I think the stock market, the United States stock market, is headed for a fall. I would invest in oil and gas companies. You are in one. I would invest in mining stocks carefully. But what I'd really buy is physical gold and physical silver. And unfortunately, we haven't had the wins. But I'm very quickly going to be suggesting physical, and I am suggesting physical silver. And the best way to do it, if you don't want to own the silver, is to buy the Sprott Physical Silver Trust. Sprott Asset Management. Sprott Physical Silver Trust. It trades for about $8. You can do the gold too. I think gold is in our future is going to go. Some projections are 3,000. Some are 10,000. I have a feeling gold is going to go to $40,000 an ounce or higher. And I believe silver will equal gold in its per ounce price. Briefly, but I think it will. Silver actually has uses, and gold has some, but gold's mostly monetary. And anyway, so I agree with the sentiment that you should maybe just not trade in these markets at all. The criminals are winning, and it's because you argue, and I do too, but you argue that Hillary's better than Trump, and Russia, and tweets, and he's a misogynist, and Biden is elegant, and Ukraine, and you get all caught up in all of that. Oh, you're a Hamas supporter. Oh, you're this and that. But what you fail to remember, they're just dividing us. They're just dividing us. They call half of the people, my friends, deplorable. They assume because I'm a white straight male, I'm part of some godforsaken patriarchy, whatever that means. I spent a lifetime being told that the job was taken by someone else because we had to hire a woman. I don't complain about it. Fair enough. But I didn't benefit. Not that I know of. I think I did benefit early on I think there was a strong bias against African American men when I got into Wall Street. My sales manager integrated Merrill Lynch. He was very proud of that, and he was a hard worker. At the end, I'll leave it out what he did to me. He went way up at Merrill Lynch, way up. He became the assistant, I think, to Lonnie Steffens, and then I think he became the assistant to the big heavy set guy, I'm forgetting his name, that became the president of Merrill Lynch, Dan Tully. He really did well. But in general, they hired women. More than 50% of the training classes were women. More. And they hired, particularly, they were comfortable in hiring African American women. But I noticed in my city, and I talked about it, and I thought it was wrong, there was a bias against hiring African American men. That's changed, and that's been great progress that I love. Absolutely fantastic progress. You know, where I live now, they call it the Chocolate City, but there are people of all types succeeding tremendously, and I am all for it. But anyway, I don't know how I got off on all that. I don't know how I got off on that. I like this, Ryan. Ryan, that's really good. Mark Twain says, don't argue with stupid people, because he's in one quote, he said, don't argue with stupid people because people watching won't be able to tell the difference. And then he also said, don't argue with stupid people because they've had more experience being, basically being idiots. All right. Oh wow, 5:30. We're heading toward an H1 so a big corporation. Well, I think bears criminals. I think a lot of U.S. corporations you're talking about aren't U.S. They may be U.S., but they're international. and they don't care about us. The time I saw that was with British Petroleum. British Petroleum sprayed the Gulf of Mexico without permission with an oil suppressant that's still, I'm sure, in the fish and the birds. But I think British Petroleum treated, and they also drilled that well recklessly, the Deep Horizon. But they treated us like we were a colony, and the guy flew home. All right, let me see. I see a lot of, let me see a lot of these new stuff. Well, CB, at HNRC, there's two numbers that stand out to me. One is in the recent earnings announcement, and I'd say it was just 3 weeks ago, could be a month. The net asset value of HNRC published in the earnings report is 62 cents a share. 62 cents a share. And that's after they distributed WDHI. It's after they distributed WDHI. So 62 cents, there's something askew on the treadle. Sorry, there's something askew on the treadle. Anyway, that's an incongruity that I've looked into, and I can't quite understand it. The second number is the Cunningham Resources that they bought 100% of, and the name of the company is going to change to Cunningham Resources. That is primarily drilling in Appalachia, West Virginia, and I'm sorry for my brain, there's another area they're going to drill. But anyway, they have something like 60 locations in West Virginia for horizontal drilling. I happen to be very close to two oil men who drill there. And in fact, I bought into a lease with them a few years ago. So I have a very small ownership in 3 wells as a royalty. I'm part of the burden on 3 horizontal wells. Right in and around where Cunningham drills. Now, I was warned by one of my friends. He said, run, don't walk to get away from him. But he assumed that I was talking about their drilling deals, their limited partnerships that are tax deals. I learned further. They had one investor put $3 million with Cunningham a few years ago, like 10, 15 years ago. And that investor didn't get their money back. They didn't really read the contract either, very trusting. But an independent engineer says that the reserves that Cunningham has are worth something like $2.60 a share. They do have to drill out those wells, and they'll start drilling them this year. But that's a pretty big number too. That's a pretty big number. There's some risks in that. You've got to know what they give up to their drilling partners. In a way, if they do unfair drilling partnerships, we benefit as shareholders. Like I say, I'm in 3 horizontal wells right there, and they come on at about I'd say an average of 125 barrels a day. They decline very quickly, and then settle in at 5 to 6 barrels a day forever. Well, we'll find out if it's forever. That's the Art Berman dilemma. But those are the two numbers that stick out to me at HNRC. Values that are much higher than where the stock price is trading. The risk is, now you ask about oil and gas. They own 40% of Pogo, and I forget, it's either Pogo Energy or Pogo Oil and Gas. I forget the full moniker. They have properties in Canada and elsewhere. Pogo was a decent firm back before there was stresses. They own the HNRC properties, which they sold the non-core part of. And there's a fourth oil and gas project they have. I can't remember it right now. They also bought into a gold prospect and a copper prospect. I like how this guy's thinking. He's getting ready and he's accumulating assets that when Wall Street wakes up and realizes oil prices are going up, gas prices are going up, copper prices are going up, gold prices are going up, he'll sell those. So that's how I think about HNRC. Hey, Colby Corner. All right, I'll go to the end of these and then I'm going to hang up. Please explain Novus purchasing Ophir collection. Would they pay for a $16 billion collection? Let me look at that stock price. Isn't this a Dan Borders company? You probably should ask him. A science company is buying. So they did a 10-for-1 split, is what you're telling me. The high in the last 52 weeks is $5.38. The low is 69 cents. I don't see that announcement that you're talking about. But NVOS does not look pretty to me. That doesn't look pretty to me. That's a bad financing situation. Hey, technologically spastic. Jeremy turned out to be a jerk. Well, yeah, they all came out running ahead of our audience. And I'm not, my audience is you all. I'm not taking credit for it, but I do say that Ham built a hell of an audience. But it's also busy and so many others. I should make a list so I don't shortchange anyone. But Jeremy started believing his own spit, and he started, which we all do. We all do when things are going well. And he started believing his stock. It's like COSM. I mean, you've got a company that put $70 million into building their platform. You've got this whole story in your head. It's trading for $1.50, $1.70. You've been offered $3.33. Why not ask for more? It's going to go much higher. It's going to go to 20. It's going to go, well, it's a common affliction of CEOs and traders, me too, to start believing your own story. And the hardest thing is know when to hit the bid. And I don't think he's a jerk. I think he's highly intelligent and he likes the debate. And he made a really bad call. And I think maybe he likes the challenge. I don't see how Vocal can get out from under a penny a share. I don't see it unless he self-funds. And is he going to be able to self-fund? Or unless revenue comes in at such a volume, he never needs to ask for money again. Then he starts buying back shares. It's a long way back up. I mean, Dos Equis, Just look at it this way. A move from a penny to 2 pennies, that's 100% move. A move from $1.50 to 75 cents, that's a 50% loss. The numbers start, the numbers get really hard. Oil's the second most plentiful liquid to water on earth. I don't know about that, but there are people that believe that. There's a guy I raised money for, CEO, that believed it. The Russians primarily believe it. My brother worked for McKinsey for quite a while. McKinsey and worked. Their project was oil and gas in South America. He believes it just like you do. He actually thinks oil is generated underground. I don't buy that. I'm more with Gus Fliakos. It's not Gus Fliakos. It's an Egyptian guy. He's so nice. Fidel Gate. I'm with Fidel Gate. First, there were the dinosaurs. I think that's where the oil came from. But CB, oil may be plentiful, and some argue that we had 4 to 5 trillion barrels of oil as our oil endowment. You might argue it's more than that. But there's no question that we've consumed approximately 2 trillion of that. We've consumed the easy part, and now it gets harder and harder and harder. The question is, will nanotechnology recover more oil? Will 4D and 5D seismic help find more oil, particularly in Saudi Arabia? Will tertiary and quaternary, if you call it that, recovery methods get more oil out of existing reservoirs? Water flood, carbon dioxide flood, other methodologies. Will we discover more big reserves under the tundra in Russia or in the Arctic Circle? It's possible. But look at the oil they discovered in Brazil. It's subsalt. Apparently it's producing. But I went to a couple presentations on that, and that's one bear. You're drilling through salt, and salt moves. I don't know. But anyway, you may be right. Well, at some point, truth or bull, at some point we're going to win, I think. And it's about that aha moment, that Malcolm Gladwell's tipping point. It's about when you can't. There was a woman really sharp, and I think her name was I can't remember. She was on a space call with him and myself. And she just was shocked. She had been saving all of her life. Her money's in a retirement account. She's just shocked by the criminality. Well, it might surprise you guys to know, but women own most of the investable assets in the United States. Women own it. Collectively, women are richer than men in the United States. But if women start, I personally believe women are conservative investors compared, I mean, it's a broad generalization, compared as a group to men. But if women start seeing it, I really think it's over for Wall Street, and it's over, and it'll change things. I know that sounds like a bias, but it's just my opinion that women have tremendous political strength in the United States of America, and they can affect changes on Wall Street, and it will happen fast once the tipping point comes. All right, I can talk about what I heard on mmtlp again. But it was Pecos Bill, and he's tremendous. And it was somebody else, Clift or Thenote or also a tremendously knowledgeable and helpful. And there were several others that came up to talk. And Junk Savvy, she knows her junk. She's pretty savvy about her junk. Anyway, to summarize what I'll do it quickly because I talked about it so long. But I think number one, I believe that Pecos Bill is bullish on the Oro Grande project. Number two, the rig down drilling in this Johnston prospect is now bigger than the one that was there before, which might imply that they're going to dig deeper, aim for deeper targets, which maybe that would be great. Or maybe they're going to do horizontal. I didn't hear him say that. Thirdly, one thing that I thought was tremendous is he said that ever since Greg McCabe took over, they really are working toward the finish line. He's moving at a pace and he's doing it effectively. It was good to hear. We learned a little bit about the potential for an exercise of employee options for as much as 14 million. I was learning that. I had never heard it before. But if that comes through, I think that's a source of capital to drill maybe some deeper wells. We talked about the overall environment and bottom line, I think oil prices are going higher. In terms of settlement, I don't recall much talk about a potential settlement. My memory could be failing me, but I don't think we talked about a potential settlement. Or if we did, we didn't do it for long. Anna came on and her letter with others, Jennifer and Patrick and Jonathan and Marduk, I don't know, a bunch of people working on it, has 85 signatures so far from House of Representatives and Senate, and it's going to go to a regulator. Their goal is to get it over 100. That's huge news. It's great. What else? I think for me, I'm not going to quote Pecos Bill, but I think for me, I came away really comfortable with the reserves at Oro Grande. He used the number 3.2 billion barrels because that's published. And he emphasized, as I always do, and I'll do again, I've never seen an engineering report. I've never seen a reservoir analysis. I haven't even heard what the results are from one well. So it's a lot of guesswork. But I think 3.2 billion barrels is a pretty solid number. I asked him what's proven. Of course, he couldn't answer it, but I had to be a jerk and ask him. There's no way to answer it. But for me, John, I came away with that. Personally, I think the oil reserves there are higher than 3.2 billion barrels. But more importantly, I think they can be proved up fairly rapidly. It sounds like there's enough, I hate the word closeology, there's enough analogs in the Delaware Basin. There's enough sense of what the volumetrics might be. So if you get lucky and you drill a well and it produces for a few months and you measure the decline curve, they can reverse calculate, well, there might be a lot of oil here. So that I liked that. I didn't like, for my own purposes, hearing how many oil and gas deals are being bought. That means I missed the cycle. But my clients always miss the cycle. Whenever it's down, I talk to them, it's going to go lower. They always are interested. They call me up when oil's at its highest price and the deals are shite. But I did think, John, it's good for us because as the buyers run out of first tier companies to buy, they go to second tier, then they go to third tier, and then they go to moose pasture. And we're probably either third tier or moose pasture. All you need is two companies vying for it, and the price goes up. And then I'm going to finish with this, John. My own opinion is I think NextBridge is going to be the shock absorber for the settlement with the criminals on Wall Street. What do I mean by that? There are, by many reports, 650 million counterfeit shares of NextBridge, counterfeit shares of MMTLP on the street. Well, the street's going to have to solve this. And I think there's going to be a cash offer. I've pointed out that I don't think it's coming in 60 days or 90 days, but it could. And they're going to buy out a lot of people. Now, they may buy people out like the ones that just want to get out at 8, 12, 25. I'm hopeful they come with a high number. Well, a certain number of people just going to take the cash, boy, and let's run. Like my kid sister's, she told me when she went to a grade school, her high school gymnasium coach said, "Now, girl, you better run." She always would say that to me. My kid sister wasn't much of a runner, although her daughter is a long distance track and field star. It's interesting. Anyway, off the track. But I believe that there will be people that there's going to be shares left over that are not reconcilable. And to the extent that NextBridge has 200 million shares they can issue to offset the counterfeit shares on Wall Street, maybe it's done at $1,000 a share. That's my number, $11.50. I'm sure that it'll be a settled number that probably is lower. But I think it'll be over 650. Maybe it's 750. Anyway, John Weidel, my opinion, that is shared by no one except me, apparently, is that if NextBridge were to sell new shares to the criminals to bail their ass out of prison, NextBridge could be one of the best funded, without ESG, without wokeism, oil and gas independence on the planet. And then I think NextBridge could be the one buying companies. That's my point. Anyway, all right, I'm done with that one. Ocean sailing. Yeah, I agree with you. If we go the court system, it'll be like tobacco, not Johnny Tobacco, but like the tobacco litigation or asbestos litigation. It will go on and on and on. The longer it goes on, the more the lawyers take. That's it, Colby. They will bring you down to their level and beat you with experience. That's it. That's it. I didn't hear his talk earlier today, Ron Pivo. I'm surprised he's still taking that angle on Sandy Hook. But I'll tell you, Ron Pivo, and I'm not going to say it out loud on YouTube. I'm not talking about Sandy Hook. I'm not talking about that. But there are several items, and I can talk about the Kennedy assassination, can I? But there are things that have happened. The Gulf of Tonkin. There are things that have happened that definitely make me sometimes question the news I'm seeing. There's quite a few recently. I'm not going to talk about any of them because we live in a democracy and they censor free speech. They censor thought. But Ron, if you want me to hint at them, Russia, the Steele dossier, the fact that, well, I'm not going to get too much into it, but there were peace offerings, peace agreements, NATO agreements that were broken. And there's a hot spot I'm not going to talk about at all. But I don't think everything's been honest there. There's been medical stuff that if you listen to Israeli scientists, UK scientists, follow the science, I'm not sure the rush to believe the first news stories were correct. And Ron Pivo, if you Google right now, how many news channels are there? There's 7 or 6. But if you say who controls them, I can't remember. Well, I'll Google it. I'll Google it just so I. Who controls the news? I'm not implying what you think I'm implying, by the way. But 37 years ago, there were 50 companies in charge of American media. Now, 90% of the media in the United States, Ron, is controlled by 6 corporations: AT&T, CBS, Comcast, Disney, Newscom, and Viacom. That means that just 232 media executives are calling the shots for the majority of the information we are presented with. The big 6 are worth 430 billion. It's been no secret that big tech companies, Facebook or Google, are controlling. Who owns the media shares in USA? The biggest media conglomerates are AT&T, Comcast, Walt Disney, National Amusements, News Corp, and Fox Corporation, Sony, and Hearst Communications. I'm not finding it. 15 billionaires. Michael Bloomberg, Robert Murdoch, Donald and Samuel Cy Newhouse, Cox family, Jeff Bezos, John Henry, Sheldon Adelson, Joe Monsuto, Morton Zuckerman, Barbie family, Stanley Hubbard, Patrick Shu-Xiong, Carlos Slim, Warren Buffett, Victor Vesselberg. But if you, I'm not getting the proper question asked, but let me see who controls American media. Maybe that's it. Who? Anyway, I'm not getting the right question asked, but the fact is it's BlackRock and the rest of the big pools of money own the most of these companies and control those companies and control what we see as it relates to short selling, for example. So, Ron, I really don't want to get too specific. My biggest concern, and I've expressed it yesterday, and I'm not going to talk about it at length today, is I think that the absolute extinction event for many species in fish and plankton, which provide 50%, well, those size organisms, 50% of the oxygen on our planet, are in peril by the disaster at Fukushima Daiichi, which is ongoing every single day. You never see it. There's people dying from, anyway, I don't want to go on and on about it, but these multiple radioactive isotopes have half-lives that are forever as it relates to us, but it's never talked about. So, Ron Pivo, you're focusing on Sandy Hook, and I'm not trying to talk about that at all. But I am saying that Alex Jones and people like him play a role and exercise their freedom of speech to challenge the news narrative that we get. And personally, I'd rather read muckrakers than have to listen to 7 corporations put out Russia, 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 Russia for years. And then we find out it was all concocted at a campaign and the Steele dossier was paid for. That's bad news too, Ron Pivo. And I think that's disgusting. So anyway, let's not go on and on. I don't know what that means. I forgot. Well, I'm going to be careful with guessing what that means. How do we get paid? Sheikh, number one, to me, there's, let's see, there's 4 possibilities, Sheikh, that they argue this out for years and they never pay. That's not going to happen. I think there's nearly a 0 chance that that's going to be the result. The second alternative is that Wall Street drags their feet, makes excuses, Congress calls us Bernie Bros, and nothing happens. So it has to go the legal route. The third way is that there is a settlement through Wall Street and it's an omnibus, one size fits all, and that gets done. The second is a Wall Street, the fourth, I mean, is a Wall Street settlement, but they picayune, they pick, they come at you with a picayune offer. They try to gyp a few people, getting you to sell to them at $8, $12, $50, $100. I think that's probably not going to happen because I don't think they can get enough signatures that way. It's too risky. The middle two choices, I think, is where we're headed. As NextBridge does a better and better job, and they're doing a great job, the cost to Wall Street goes up and up and up. The risk goes up. I think the most likely alternative is that Wall Street is going to settle the mmtlp situation. Now, there's lawyers involved there. So I don't think it's going to be a low price. I think they're going to come at a high price. They're going to get it done with regulatory help and with congressional help. Why? Because somehow they've got to get releases from the majority in a binding way on the minority who don't participate. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know how that gets done. But they're not going to transfer all of this money without knowing they have a lock stock protection against class action lawsuits. That's my opinion. I'm not a lawyer. But I think that's the most likely route, Sheikh. The second most likely route is it just continues in a legal process. Okay. Those two routes, those will be, in the case of a legal settlement, it will be organized by a judge. It will have firm parameters, and it'll take 10 years. Or Wall Street could be next year. But it too will be organized by lawyers. It'll be agreed. And bottom line, you don't have to do anything. You won't have to do anything. Ameritrade will contact you. They'll say, we have an offer for $600 a share. $50 is going to the attorneys. $50 is going to be a cash distribution to everybody. Net of costs, it leaves you $537.50. Sign this release, and as soon as we get all the signatures, $537 will show up in your account, and $50 as a cash distribution. You won't have to do anything. You won't have to do anything. The only choice you might have, I believe, that any cash distribution will be given to everybody, including NextBridge. And I also think they'll give the opportunity to NextBridge people, if they want, to come back over and collect the cash settlement. But remember, if the settlement is $650 a share, that implies the share price of NextBridge is $650 or better. And any increase in share price, you get tax-free, tax-deferred. I'm not sure about a settlement that might be taxable. But that might be why they throw in a cash distribution so you can pay your taxes. I don't know. There's a lot of things to be worked out. That's why I don't think it's happening in 60 days. But Sheikh, you don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything. The big boys will take care of it. The lawyers will take care of it. And no one will be left out. No one will be left out. So that's my opinion anyway. Well, that's Steve. I'm not going to read that out because I don't want to provoke the censors. But Steve, I think that's exactly right. I mean, uh, it's like Ken Rosenthal said about the guy that got it wrong on Shohei Ohtani. He said, we all make mistakes. We all make mistakes. And I think he maybe took that too far in terms of his, I mean, there's no question he took it too far, but I mean, in his vitriol. But, for example, Steve, I sometimes listen to the theory that we never went on the moon because of the radiation belt would have killed people. I sometimes listen. And I guess Buzz Aldrin has implied that he never went to the moon. But then I always come down, how can it possibly be we didn't go to the moon? I mean, how can it possibly be? So anyway, we're all susceptible to getting caught up in conspiracy theories. I mean, I thought this woman in college loved me, but it was just my imagination running away with me. It was just my imagination running away with me. Every day I hope and pray. Wow, you worked on the tobacco litigation? 10 years you taped depositions. 10 years. That's a lot of shinola going to the lawyers. Well, that's true, Malcolm, but remember, the dilution will be mitigated by the cash they receive. So if they issued 200 million shares, for example, and they issued it at a net $500 a share that came into Nextbridge, just to show that I'm terrible. And that's $100 billion. Well, now take the $100 billion, ignore the oil and gas assets, and divide it by 500 million shares. That's $200 a share. Yes, it's less than the 500, but my point being, yeah, it's dilutive if you just look at the share count, but it adds value in cash. That's just the cash value. I left off the oil and gas value. But then what do they do with the $100 billion? What if they go buy Carrizo Oil and Gas? What if they buy Contango? What if they buy Apache Oil and Gas? All right, bro, let's hear what Ron said. I had my say. Let's hear what Ron says. Bill, I worked in 25 years in TV news, got laid off twice. That's not what I was talking about. I know all about the media business. All right, okay. Well, I don't know. I'm a consumer of the media. I never worked in it, but I'm a big consumer of the media, or I used to be. I don't trust CNN, MSNBC. I don't even trust PBS. I no longer read the front page of the New York Times or Washington Post, two of the best newspapers in the world. I lived in the Soviet Union and went back twice for extended stays. And I remember that Izvestia and Pravda was all crap, and that Russians used to line up in front of the American embassy, and we would put out our newspapers, and that was the news, American Free Europe or whatever it was called. And I also remember that the leaders were all doddering old men. They would go from one doddering, feeble-minded man to the next Konchenko and I can't remember all the names, but it's like 3 or 4 in a row. They were all fossilized old men from a different generation. Well, you look at the United, and everything was censored. Technology was behind. You look at America now, the United States, and our news is all censored now. You can't say, you can't even make a mistake. And you're like, oh, that guy's disgusting. Well, wait a minute. When you have freedom of ideas and you have a democracy, some ideas are going to be disgusting to you. And on their face, in this case, on their face, they're disgusting. But censorship is a slippery slope. So I'm all for freedom of speech. And I just noticed the difference. The Soviet Union was ossified and it collapsed. And I hope that doesn't happen to us. We have great strengths, and I hope we wake up. But for Ron, I talk too much, and I appreciate you saying it. You know a lot more than I do. But you also know, I'm sure you've seen it, Ron, that you can take on YouTube and see the same news story from 100 different people saying the exact same words. That's not news. And I think, Ron, if you're honest, which I think you are, because you've presented your thoughts well, journalism is a thing of the past. There's no Woodsteins anymore. I don't see them anyway. But no, like I said earlier, I think there's a couple spin-offs from Alex Jones that are great. This guy, Owen, can't remember his last name, and Millennial Millie, for example. Fantastic. Now, I wonder if Univest is doing anything at all. Beery 57. Sometimes I wonder that. And other times I think they put out the S1 on September 11th, S3, the shelf registration for $300 million. They put the sub registration for $25 million. So if I add it up, that's October 11th, November 11th. That's 60 days. I think it's reasonable that any deal they might do with the telecoms or the insurance companies, MetLife or Pacific Re, or with China Telecom, China Mobile, China Unicom, or with a Southeast Asian data company, might involve governments, might involve relationships, might involve, so I really think, I'm just guessing, I think we're going to see an acquisition which is funded partially by one of those big boys, and it's going to be a significant deal. And I just don't think 60 days is enough to get it done. That's what I think. But it has been that was a lot of momentum that just fizzled out, and that was really disappointing. But it just doesn't feel like something's happening, tomorrow morning. But the risk is in Finger and GTII. The sentiment could change on a dime. Where would the money come from? Well, ocean sailing, if we assume the criminals sold 1 billion shares. Remember, Torchlight was, to my memory, $12 a share. And maybe even $18. I paid that much for Torchlight to my memory. It might have been 18, 17. But anyway, they shorted it down from whatever it was. You can look it up. I mean, but then they got it. It was in the high single digits. It was 5, 6, 7 for a long time. And then it was 3, 4, 5. Then they went to MMAT, and I'm sure they shorted the crap out of MMAT. And then they created mmtlp, and they obviously shorted that. So part of the problem, Ocean, is when the distribution was created for mmtlp, they couldn't deliver it. And so that's what, that it wasn't called that right away. I don't know what it was. Maybe it was, but it wasn't tradable. No intention of having it tradable, but they couldn't deliver it. What's on the minds of these criminals is the money is accumulating in the prime broker account. And unless they have other deals, which I assume they do, it's $2.50 a share minimum that has to be held against a fail to deliver stock position, a short position, legitimate short position. I'm sure they have all sorts of ways around it. And if you're a company like Polar, you're 8 billion, you just swing $1 billion over there, and the prime broker falls all over themselves. Well, this is a big account. And they say, okay, that's enough collateral. But in general, ocean sailing, there's free credit balances sitting at the prime brokers. And in my mind, that could be anywhere right now from $1 billion to $5 billion. I could be way off. We don't know, but they know. So that's the first monies. It'll come out of the monies held at the prime brokerage firms. It ostensibly belongs to the criminals, but the criminals are in trouble. They will have to give that up. That's the first source of funds. Immediately, that'll go. Second source of funds is the criminals' assets. I don't think they'll be very fruitful. I think most of the criminals have moved their money to their wives' accounts, or moved it offshore, or set up other LLCs, or moved it to countries where there's not an extradition, like maybe Israel, like maybe not North Korea, but there's another, Venezuela maybe. There's another couple of countries, I just can't think of them right now, that we don't have an extradition agreement with. So they moved there. So I don't know they're going to, that their personal property is going to be a big source of money. Anyway, it's going to take a long time. The next source of money is from the broker dealers themselves. It's called an error account. It would have been a huge error if the squeeze had happened. But remember, out of the 104 broker dealers, I would imagine, using typical 80-20 logic, I would imagine 80 or 90% of those broker dealers, one, have very small positions, and two, can eat the loss that it comes to them. It's a parking ticket. So the next source of capital will be from the broker dealers, and they have the money, they have the error accounts, they have the earnings. And when it gets to that level, they get to write that payout off against their income taxes. So it becomes less of a problem. So where does I imagine it's companies like Ameritrade, maybe Fidelity, maybe Jeffries, that are caught out with the biggest positions. Well, they're going to have to pay, and I think one or two of those are going to go out of existence. But they'll have to liquidate positions. They'll have to, they have to come up with money. They'll have to recapitalize their firm. Okay, that's not going to be everything. Then it goes to the NSCC, and I don't think it'll stay there very long. and then it'll go to the DTCC. What is the DTCC? It's the entire brokerage community, and I think some hedge funds. So there's going to have to be a Pierpont Morgan meeting, whether it's or a Dagny Lacey Dagny Talbert meeting, whether it's in a smoky room in New York or it's just on a big Zoom call, and all the brokerage firms, DTCC, will have to put up the money. And they have it. They have it. I mean, the DTCC, I didn't look recently, but it was as high when I Googled it as 120 trillion. I think that's come down a little bit in assets. And then finally, ocean sailing, and I think a brokerage firm could collapse. It'll come out of the taxpayer. It'll be paid out of the Treasury Department. Now, I think mmtlp is not big enough that it'll go to the Treasury Department. I think fngr's not big enough that it'll go to the Treasury Department. I think gtii is not big enough. And several of these others are not big enough. But at some point, Wall Street is going to turn to Congress, and the answer is going to be, we can't do any more of this, or people around the world will stop taking our debt. And that's why the end, the denouement of this criminal enterprise called Wall Street is fast approaching. But anyway, in the short run, there's plenty of money to pay it off. It'll come from the criminals, the broker dealers, the prime brokers, the market makers, if they have anything. They don't. Maybe the regulators throw in, and then it comes from the brokerage system collectively as it's represented by the DTCC. Ron, we're here for the same thing. Put your personal opinions aside. You probably hate Trump. Well, Aaron, as you can tell, I can't talk football. I don't even know that guy they were talking about today that's scoring all the stuff for the New York Football Giants and eats pasta at home. But and I can't talk about golf, and I don't talk about women. I don't do locker room talk. So what's left? Religion and politics. And I talk about them because I actually think that's how we learn about each other. I also talk about race and things like that. But to me, if I always get it wrong, and if Sada Aman is here, she can correct me. But I think Allah said to Muhammad, I think it's in the Quran. I think he said something like, I love each of you equally, but I made you differently from each other. Each of you is different. I did that so you had a reason to get to know one another. Something like that. It's a huge paraphrase. Well, anyway, I respect all views. I respect all views, particularly if you can defend it. What I don't like is hatred and bumper sticker taunting bullies. I don't like any of that. I don't like anybody to pick on anybody, and I'll rise to anybody's defense. What happened to Logic today? Oh God, I got to walk my dog. I got to get to the bottom of this and then go. Let me look. Got to get a quote. I don't know what that means. Oh, 1.16 million. I guess you're saying it's up a bit. Well, BBJ, I think I mean, there's no question. There's going to be a reverse merger. I'm just worried. I said earlier, I'm worried that it's going to take 60 or 90 days. I thought there was a possibility there'd be an announcement in December. I don't know money. I don't know money. Yeah. Ron, that was my idea. So blame it on me. My whole point is he's got a huge following. He's a loudmouth. And if he were to pick up the baton, he'd talk about it till people didn't, they would be, but the news would get out there. That's all I'm saying. If you have a different guy in mind, maybe I can go to Rachel Maddow. She gets paid $35,000 a show to lie, and she's smart. Yeah, that's it. It's the news is owned by BlackRock, Vanguard, and State Street. I found it before. I can't find it right now. Alfred, pushing oil yet? Yeah, I work in renewable energy. Let me tell you, oil is a thing of the past. All right, Alfred. When renewable energy doesn't heat your home and your car's sitting in the middle of nowhere, no gasoline for you, pal. No natural gas for you. Anyway, I'm going to move on. That is about the least informed comment I've ever seen on this spread. I can't read that out loud. Ocean sailing, I can't read that out loud. But ocean sailing, no bravo, bravo, no bravo, bravo, bravo. That's how they used to, when you went to the Bolshoi Theater, they'd yell the stand, no bravo, bravo. Oh, it was something. They used to have caviar all lined up for free a long time ago. I like the cut of Ocean Sailing's jib. See these conspiracy theories, they eat at you. They eat at you. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, the thing about the moon ocean sailing is it's placed just perfectly. And that placement is a bit odd. It's a bit odd. Anyway, I don't have enough time, but I'm fascinated by Zachariah Sitchin's work, Graham Hancock's work, Eric von Donken's, Michael Tellinger's, and a couple of others. I can't remember their names, but I don't think you're wrong. Right, but I'm open to that idea, ocean sailing. That's pretty good. Oh, thank you, Pia. Don't sweat the cataract. 3 to 5 minutes. What if they go zzz, oops, you're blind. All right, I'll do it. I have no choice. Bill Russert was great. Bill Russert was awesome. You know who else was good? Don Imus. Don Imus was good. Bill Russert was good. And Dan Rather, Walter Crunk. CBS News used to be must viewing. Gag me with a spoon now. Person that gives you attention has a reputation. If that reputation is trash, so is the attention. Very good point. Lovely dog. That dog needs his nose squeezed gently and his ears. Oh, what a woof. What a woof. Oh, wow. I'm going to go through these quickly. What would you pay to stay out of prison for the rest? That's a good point. Yeah. I find I find a lot of the Arkan sides suspicious. Ocean sailing, um, uh, I have fewer. I have more guns than I want, and fewer gun. No, I have more guns than I need, and fewer guns than I want. Anyway, looks like you and I paid about the same price. Actually, I think I paid more. But. I don't drive. I used to. I have no interest. I don't like the roads anymore. I do like to read. All right, CB. Just remember our opinions, good or bad on MMTLP. The advantage we have is Greg McCabe and the rest of his guys are working it. And they're not gonna leave us out. I agree with that. Wes Christian is attacking, I think, the spoofing side. Actually, I don't know. I guess he's working with Flamebox. Mark Bazile said he was working on some things tangentially, but he couldn't talk about them. So I'm not going to because I don't know. Well, she said something about Michelle Obama. Yeah, I think it's a tension between trying to run up the hours so you get paid a lot and they want to get paid. But it's not, anyway. What they have to be careful of, they don't want it to leak that they're paying because they counterfeited shares. Because Wall Street has almost everybody believing there's systems in place and it's just algorithmic trading and it's all good and it's cleansing and it's not happening. So I'm going to go quickly. Yeah, Mark is good. I don't know. I think ocean sailing is quite reasonable. I don't think she's off. Some say we live in a matrix. Yeah, Imus in the morning. I think it was with a U though. Oh, flamethrower. I always get it wrong. I sometimes wonder if I get it wrong on purpose because I always get it wrong. I have never picked up a book by David Baldacci. Which one should I get? I see him. I'll when I'm at a airport. It's been so long since I've been at an airport. I'll pick up a David Baldacci. Right now, I've been reading some slow books. This is the book I'm reading right now. It's good. It's hard to read because look at the small print and my eye's not great. This is what I'm reading right now. And I'm on page 44. We'll see. But this isn't, this isn't a page turner. I love it when you can get a page turner. All right, so I'm going to go, guys. My dog wants to walk. I've got to go. Can I help you, son? I've got to pee. All right, so all right, I'll read any of them. I'll read any of them. Okay. You know, Malcolm, how there's some of these authors that, like that woman from Richmond, that is A for accident, B for bashing on the head, C for criminal, D for dead, E for enterprise, empire, F for fall on your face. That woman, Cornwall. Ugh. I read one of her books, then another. The third or fourth, I was like, this is awful. So I don't read her books, but everyone buys them. I'll look it up. Lock up the chickens. Well, any opinion on GTII? Look, I'm going to put my shoes on while I talk to you about that, June, because I got to go walk my dog. Got to go walk my dog. My opinion on GTII is that just like every stock I've talked about, every single one, during these days till the end of the year, so that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, 2 half days. So we got 11 trading days in total. I mean, it's 12, but I'm combining 2. I think there's going to be selling pressure potentially on every stock that we've dealt with, every one. So that is buying opportunity in my mind, and I just went over that list. I think GTII the biggest thing fundamentally that'll change GTII is if the water deal or a mining deal gets done. GTII has huge whale participation. One of you caused me to look at the outstanding shares, and they're much higher than I thought, the outstanding shares. However, I think those outstanding shares are held by the whales, and they're not selling. And that means the whales are committed. They're in there. The other thing is Alpine is like a avalanche waiting to happen. If they move just one snowball, you could see that large position get bought in. There is the FBI and the Secret Service. I believe he hasn't told me anything. Listening to him on the same calls you listen to, I believe he's convinced something's coming down on the enforcement side. But my final point, sorry, June. My final point is I think finger motion runs first, and then all that money is going to come into GTII. So that's my thing. All right, I'm going to go. As Mark always says, peace, love, and happiness. I look forward to getting a new computer. Maybe Santa Claus will bring one. And prayers for Jenny L. Can't forget her. Thank you to everyone. Pray for peace around the world, especially for all the children. And pray for sane minds in the war rooms around the world. And we'll catch you tomorrow. So, ciao, Bella. All right, Lucky, we got to go. I know we got to go. I know we got to go. I know you want to go, and we will go. We will go.